Okay, we're back.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you should. They are really nice.
Ooh, I'll have to get on those.
Mm-hmm.
Everything going okay?
Yeah, I'm just filling up the animals' troughs.
Oh, okay, yes. Thank you. Was there anything that you needed at all?
No, not really. I met a man over there. I think he's the one living on the south side now.
Oh, all right.
Did warn him.
He wouldn't tell me his name, so I don't know.
The time the group told us to stay out of the south side, and then they left the island. We're worried about what's in the south side. Could be anything.
Yeah. Well, he seemed nice enough, but yeah, I don't know. He was talking about a cow, and yeah, I don't know.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Did he want a cow? We couldn't sell him a cow.
Do you hear, Boggert?
What? Uh-oh. I
Uh-uh.
can hear both of you.
Uh-oh. Maybe I need to take a...
Mm,
If you go, I don't know who needs to, but if you run towards the museum for a little while and then you run back towards here, you may be able to hear what you couldn't hear before.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
I'll go this direction, see if it's me. Hello? Agatha.
I can hear you. I could hear you before, though. Edgar went out towards the museum. He should be coming back this way. We'll see. Maybe it'll drain the water from ears. Right?
Hello?
Ugh.
I can't hear
no.
anything now.
Oh, no?
Oh, no.
No?
You can't hear me.
I'm going to take a nap. Just a really quick one.
All right.
Ooh, Elias got a beam. Oh, Boggert's got one. Boggert's got one. Not sure how to spell. It's okay. Tansy. Oops. I think I spelled it right. I hope I did. No, no E. No E. Yeah. Tansy.
Ooh.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, perfect.
Owen was here. He was asking for you or Boggert.
Ah, oh, okay. Let me check, see where he's at.
I think he went back to his ship to go to sleep. He'll wake up in a little bit, maybe.
Oh, okay. We should be around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I had something for you, Edgar. I'm not sure if you have those yet or not.
I have one of them. The other one, I don't think I can use that one.
Oh, all right. Well, you're welcome to hold on to it in case you can use it later.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have any use for these bones?
Oh, we collect things like this and put them in the cabinet in the museum. We're just holding on to them for now. Just
Ah,
in
okay.
case. Yeah, you never know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just drop them for you then.
All right. So, if you go through the front door of the museum, there are cabinets on each side of a bookcase in there, and in those cabinets, the one on the left, I keep things like sewing needles with thread that I find and strange stuff, and then on the right side, we keep seashells and bone shards and old rotting fish and things like that.
Okay. What I had on the ship I put up here, I think. Yeah, in the middle box.
Oh, all right. Thank you. yes, that's fine. Going out to the museum to drop off these things. I'll be back.
Okay. Right. What's this? Oh, I forgot the organic paste that I was crafting. You can't put. Oh, I forgot to pick up molasses while I was there. Oh, that stinks. But I gotta get marrow as well. Only one marrow. Gotta kill a lot of them to get that much.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, Mr. Owen.
Yes, how are you two doing?
Doing well. How are you today?
Oh, come on in. It's a little warm outside.
Yes, it is. I'm doing fine. A lot of pirate activity up north last night, but I made it home safely.
Oh, yuck.
Yes, oh, sorry, go ahead.
We spoke with Stanley yesterday, and Stanley said that he would be perfectly fine with you joining the town if you would let him pay you back for the cattle that he had received from you.
Sure, but when he paid me back, the money would go into the company coffers.
This is true. But that's the rules. We stick with the
Yeah.
rules.
What about Elias? I don't want to get into his way if he was planning to build... Pierre said that he was planning to build a schooner for the schooner club, and if my ship being here would prevent him from that, I'd hate for that to be the case.
No, I don't think so at all.
No, we actually got written permission for the ship.
Oh, fair. All right. Well, that's good.
I think we're fine.
In that case, I would be more than happy to sign the formal paperwork. I do warn you, though, that I must head to bed here pretty quick, and I won't probably be awake again until tomorrow. So don't take it as me just, signing paperwork and jumping off.
How dare you, Mr. Owen? Now it's fine. We understand.
I suppose I have to merge, correct?
I think that's correct. What's the other line say that you can put the check mark beside?
Yeah, it seems that's the only one, so that'll work.
Yes, that'll work.
All right, so seems everything is in order.
Thank you very much for the paperwork. Because right here, everything looks wonderful.
And the garlic man. Are we going to sign him on as well?
Garlic Man, is that a new oddity for the museum?
Sorry, I should probably have told you that he would be coming along with me as well. So he should be part of the town also.
Okay.
And so,
But, you know, if it does turn out that he's a vampire, we can always put him in a cage and put him in the museum, you know?
yes, that is so true.
He's one of those giblet things, you know, that you hang.
He may be locked in to the company and probably won't be able to get out of the ship if he's on board.
He may have found the paperwork changed the locks on the door. It seems weird, but somehow it happens sometimes. It's one of those oddities.
What do you mean?
So when you signed the merge papers, you merged into the town of Five Torches, but he hasn't signed the paperwork yet, and so he has to have that same merger, or his things don't belong to him.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, so he's safely contained, is what you're saying.
He's safely contained. We don't have to worry about it anymore. You can take the garlic out of your pockets. Everything's fine.
Very well. I will see what I can do about arousing him sometime when you're awake, so that we can try to get that also. Despite his oddity in his sleeping arrangements, he is a decent person.
Yeah, we're sure of that. We're not worried, Mr. Owen. The garlic would have driven out any kind of unusual thing that may have been there.
Yes, absolutely. I think so as well. But I hate to sign the paperwork and run, but I have, you know, a nap I must take.
Sure. Go ahead. It's good to see you, Mr. Owen. Take care.
Yes, absolutely. And I can go over the details of, you know, what's what as far as, you know, everything in the town at, you know, probably tomorrow.
Sure. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, no rush. Sweet dreams.
All right, good night.
Good night. Oh. Help unload. I have the coconuts. I'm not sure if they were for you or the horse.
No, I just put everything up. You can keep them.
Alright, I'll keep them.
There's one bone marrow over here. That's the only one I found today.
That's okay. Yeah, we'll get there. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I think the recipe requires 10.
Oh,
So,
yeah, okay. That'll take a lot of elephants.
I didn't know if you need one of those or not. I can make them if you need extras. They last for so long, or I think maybe a day's worth.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
making Elias some stairs. I think that we can get the horse down here, and if you'll notice, it doesn't get too deep across here. You can get all the way to the other staircase with the horse and cart, I believe, if you take the right pathway through here. So, I would put more docks, but the docks think that it's too deep out here. Well, they don't like it anymore. But I think that'll work for a horse and cart. We could always test it and see.
I was wondering, would it be better just to move the docks over here?
Could be, but there's some stuff out there where the buoys are.
Yeah. Weird. Okay, I was going to test it out and see what you think.
Ooh, all right.
Do you want to see if you can ride the horse?
Sure. Look at that. Read 'em. Oh, I'm reading up on stuff.
Now pull the reins back a little bit.
All right.
Perfect. What's the matter?
Nothing. There's no stairs. I'm just looking. All right. We're out here now.
Good bottle.
Oh, look at this. Schooner Club. Okay, back to the towns, I guess. I know it can get out here now. That was the main thing I wanted to know, if it could make it out here.
Yeah, you did well. nasty rock down there. So that's what I was seeing. That's a nasty rock. Come sailing in there and hit that. Need to get that meat over. Ooh, we got an apple seed out. Do apples, got more grape seeds, tomato seeds, olive seeds. I can cut up meat like that. Wonder if you can cut up fish. What happened to my scissors?
think ships can dock at this dock? You think they can drop anchor right here?
Which ship?
I don't know. I'm talking about visitors mainly. If they could back in or pull alongside this dock.
Well, I was wondering which class of ship I was going to test.
Try the small one that's got the shortest chain. If it can anchor, then the others should be able to. Oh, and you're off.
I don't know why she heard, but sounds perfectly fine.
Back up just a little more. No. Nothing?
Nothing yet.
Right. I may try something else as well. Having trouble still.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna take this dock out that's here, and I want you to see if you can back up where you are. Back up to the new dock that I put in.
Uh,
What about on the end down here? you doing?
So you can anchor there?
Yeah.
Pretty shallow at the end right here.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't anchor at that corner piece on the dock.
Alright, I'm wondering if a larger ship can anchor there, possibly. There's a chance of it.
Want me to try?
Yeah, if you want to.
I'll swing it all the
anchor.
way.
Yeah, swing it. Yes. On the end here, I guess. Watch out for Edgar. Now just back it in right there. Should be fine for that size.
going to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Nope, I cannot anger.
I think it's okay right there. It's not too shallow.
Nope.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for trying. Did our best with it.
Yeah.
docks out to see if Edgar could back the ship in even more and dock it, and he wasn't able to. I could put the docks back here, I guess, since we can only anchor a certain way here.
What if we flip the town around?
We're gonna flip it. Which way?
Oh, is there a better docking situation on the backside of town?
This way?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's just...
Give her suggestion. That's better. You look right. Well, coastline goes like that way.
Hi.
Yeah. Go for it.
Looks like the other ship anchored over there. Ah,
It should work, because there's a shallow right here, but I don't know why it's not dropping.
it's a really bad harbor. There's a lot of really shallow areas, and then there's a lot of areas that are really deep.
Yeah, I can't do it either.
Sam, can you give it a shot?
Sam, fix it! You're so bright! White like the sun.
Yeah, we're trying to figure this out. Can I manually do it? No.
I'm parking long ways along the docks here where I am. Try.
Yeah, tried there, it didn't let us dock. What's going on? I feel like we should be able to drop anchor. Got it! Found it!
We are from.
What? Oh, hello.
Oh, good evening.
Nice to meet you again. I was on the first trip at the museum,
Oh, yes, I remember.
and I told my crewmates, and two here so wanted to go as well. Are you running any new trips through the museum today?
Oh, yes. There was another ship pulling in. Are they part of your crew?
No.
Let's check and see if they want to take the tour, and we just do one big group.
Yes,
If
yes,
that's
that
okay.
sounds very cool.
If
Shall we go and greet them?
Hey, yeah, that's fine if you want to.
Yeah.
Oh, no, nice to meet you. I am Boggert. That should be memorable.
It very much is.
You could introduce yourself, Callisto.
I was gonna let other people do it first, but I'm Callisto. Hi, nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you as well.
Birdie, hi!
Hi, Birdie.
Hi, I'm Edgar.
Hey, I'm Thor.
Hello, Thor. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again. Long time. I was on the first trip and I brought a crewmate. He wanted to see the museum.
My goodness, you were on our first tour ever. Welcome
Yes.
back again. I'm glad you decided to return.
Yes, it was a very fun trip. You will have a life experience in there.
There's a lot to see. Are you here to tour the museum today?
I mean,
Hope
sure,
so.
why not?
All right. Sure, right this way, if you like. We'll get out of the rain and into the dry. We'll enter through the mouth.
Oh,
It's Callisto, the mouse.
Yeah.
mouth.
It's this way, people.
Good. We sold someone a clockwork and now they call
Shit,
it
it is
the
a mouth.
what? They named it Boggert.
oh.
It's not raining anymore, Olaf. Yes, it's really good for us.
It's like a ship.
Right this way. Enter through the mouth here.
Oh,
Have a lot of signage here.
Callisto.
I want to know what's on the other door. Have you heard the warning? Okay.
We got the warnings here. Have you heard the warnings?
No, I have not.
Heard about the bird though.
No.
Bird.
Bird? What
Yeah,
bird?
the bird.
The word.
The bird's the word.
Oh, my goodness. I've heard that before. The word. The word of what? The bird?
May I ask, ma'am, who the fellow is you're with, who appears to be dressed in your uniform?
Yeah. Oh, this is Boggert. This is my brother. We're twins. We're fraternal twins. Boggert and Boggert.
Hello, Bargain.
Good evening.
Pleasure.
And we met Edgar as well. I'm not sure. Where's Edgar?
I'm not sure. I didn't see him go in the museum.
Yeah, he's around.
Seems to have disappeared.
If you're ready, we'll begin. Leave your preconceived notions of the normal world at this very threshold and enter the world of the mysterious, the unusual, and the odd at BoggOdd Oddities Museum by entering the museum. You agree? Management not responsible for any and all incidents herein. No children allowed unless they enjoy horrors and nightmares. All incidents herein also include, but are not limited to, any acts of pushing or falling or stumbling
Into a well.
into any sort of watery area or graves right this way.
Oh, yes. Please step lively into the next chamber.
The tour begins here, just on your right as you enter the museum.
I will be closing the door, and if anyone needs to exit, please see me and I will escort you out.
You need to exit, just scream.
I wouldn't go so close to that.
Ugh. At a blazing hot tropical Freeport, there stood a quiet specialty cheese shop at the end of an alley. You're probably questioning, is it appropriate to locate a cheese shop in the melting heat? The answer? No. But not because of the heat, however. It was because of the feral cats. The cats had taken to begging at the cheese shop. As patrons were leaving, they would kindly drop a crumb or two, leaving the cats to wait for the next patron. Eventually, the roof support beams groaned and popped under the weight of waiting cats. The shop owner attempted to shoo them away at first, but then realized the cats would not touch the crumbs of the most pungent cheeses. A patron remarked, "It is so hot today, the stone walls are almost sizzling." As the patron rounded the corner, the shop owner sprang into action, gathering the most pungent of cheeses, began to press them into the blazing hot stone wall, where they melted on, sticking them to the stonework. It really worked. To the cats, the stench of the cheese was so intense that they fled to the far side of the island. The shop owner rested well that evening, until suddenly the roof supports began to creak and groan. Running out into the darkness to chase the cats off the bowing roof, the shop owner caught a glimpse of them in the moonlight. The cats first turned their eyes and then their beaks toward the shop owner. It's then the shop owner realized the roof was covered not in cats, but in hungry vultures.
So if anyone wants to smell what the cheese tastes or smells like, they can sniff the wall.
What is this part of the wall from that shop?
Oh yeah, these are actual pungent cheeses. Some of the pungentness has worn over time, but we don't have any cats in here, so I think it's still working somewhat.
Go ahead,
Sam is our fan
Callisto.
of pumpkin.
Smell it. No, go ahead.
No.
No, go ahead. Smell it.
Hey,
Do you want me to put it in the room? I can put
no. Okay.
Oh, all right. We'll go on to the next exhibit. great northern factory disaster took place on a particularly cold, dark, rainy evening. The main source of heat in the frozen north was a giant fireplace located beneath the smokestack here beside me. The factory backed up to a large rock mountain, and the entrance to a great coal mine was built off of the factory down into the depths of the mountain. The top of the mountain was known as a habitat for an assortment of animals. The employees of the factory found a particularly large snake roasting on the coals late one afternoon and proceeded to prepare it for the dinner pot. It wasn't unusual, after all, for someone to bring whatever they had to share, but they couldn't determine who brought the snake. They made a feast of the snake anyways, and went back to work. As the evening grew colder and darker, they placed more coal into the fire. What no one realized is the snake deliciously roasting on the coals had chased a rather plump sheep from the mountaintop. The snake and the sheep both fell over the edge and landed on top of the smokestack. The snake plunged through the hole down into the coals, but the sheep was wedged high above the factory. The toxic smoke had already weakened most of the workers to the point they could no longer get out by the time the panic began. All but 3 workers were killed in this tragedy. The death toll was said to be near 458 lives, and it would remain the largest number of people killed by a single sheep for at least 2 more decades.
Wait, more people were killed by a different sheep?
Yeah, 2 decades later. We don't have a lot of details on that, however, we're still looking for that. Trying to figure out who was that sheep.
I didn't know sheep were so deadly.
It might have been Carl.
Goodness, you have to be careful out there. Alright, we'll move on to this next display here. Here before you is a certified Giraffe Emanation chair. It has been placed here as a public service by the Giraffe Handlers Association. When a giraffe needs to be examined for multiple reasons, it is much easier to inspect the giraffe closer to their height. The doctor will climb up to the chair above, and the giraffe will be brought closer for inspection purposes. What type of inspection is probably what you would ask. One purpose is to inspect whether the giraffe have the giraffe-like teeth, or whether they have the less common human-like teeth, of course. But the far more common reason, however, is to see if the ears have been laid with spider eggs again, as giraffe ears are known to be the perfect habitat for spider eggs. Laying their eggs in the giraffe's warm ear hair, they lie forgotten until the time comes for the hatching. If you have giraffes tame wild near your home, be sure that they do not shake their heads frequently, as this is the first sign that the spider egg lay has occurred. If your giraffes have ears infested with spider eggs, the time will come that they will hatch, and the giraffe's head shaking will deposit tiny hatchlings all around and throughout your home.
I didn't. Oh no, I wish I didn't know that.
Do you have giraffes near your home?
Rarely.
Oh, all right. Well, that's good. And they're not shaking their heads, though, right?
Not that I've noticed.
Oh, all right. I think you're in the clear. As long as they don't shake their heads frequently, then you can be pretty assured that they don't have the eggs already laid.
Mm-hmm. And you should see the spiders. They see you a mile away, and they come running.
Yeah, just imagine them pouring out of the giraffe ears, running down the long neck, sliding down, twirling around, and then chasing you back into your homes.
I don't like giraffes anymore.
Not good. It's not a good thing to have around. It's the warm ears. They're the perfect environment. All the little hairs. All right.
Olaf, I think we need to begin to check all the giraffes in the island.
Yes, be able to check your giraffes. Wild or tame. They're not picky, the spiders. They'll take any type of giraffe if they're... In a far-off kingdom, a rotten king reigned supreme. He was known to frequently decide he had been slighted and place people in prison to be punished or worse. The king unexpectedly ordered a particularly complicated feast from his chef Arthur in the middle of the night. The chef and the kitchen staff worked frantically, as tired as they were, to create a culinary masterpiece. The feast was a triumph, and the king later sent word to see if he may speak with the chef. Word arrived very early in the morning. The king would be to the kitchens within the hour, and the kitchen staff readied themselves for his visit. The king arrived with his guards and quietly toured the kitchens as he thoroughly inspected many things. Nothing was said. The king looked at his guards as he approached the exit and simply nodded. The king's guards proceeded to destroy the kitchens. The pots and pans, the kitchen tools were all beaten down. The guards turned to the chef and said, "The king would like you to know he is displeased with last night's feast. You forgot to serve sea salt instead of regular salt with his meal." The chef was aghast. He knew he had served the sea salt. He had prepared it himself. He only said "I" before he was cut off, and told he was removed from the king's staff and would be placed in prison to await punishment. The king felt assured mistakes would no longer be made in his kitchen, and as a test a few weeks later, he had a brand new feast prepared for the opening of the knight's tournament, and of which a victorious knight stood remaining. The king was so unhappy that this particular knight had won, and not his favorite, that he rushed the knight, dagger in hand. The knight flicked away the dagger and gave the king what the king had intended for the knight. The king now removed from life and power, the knight made their way to the throne and was seated. The shocked crowd dropped the facade of reverence for the old king and warmly cheered a new, powerful leader. The guards, also shocked, but no longer hiding their contempt for the rotten king, said, "All hail the new king," to which the entrant removed the helmet and said, "Queen." "All hail the new queen," said the guards. "What would you have us do, your majesty?" they asked. "Firstly, bring me Arthur, the chef from the prisons." Arthur approached the new queen, and he quietly said, "Daughter, what has happened? And are those my pots and pans you're wearing?" "It's time to explain it all," she said. "They sent them to me at the blacksmith shop for repair. They did not know I was your daughter." She smiled pleasantly at her father, and they waved toward the crowd, over the tournament field and the cold, dead body of the former king. She turned to her father and said, "You always said your pots and pans would bring us good fortune, father. You just didn't know how right you were."
I really like that. It's a good story.
And it didn't make me squirmish, want to vomit, so good.
All right, well, that helps. Yes, we have a little of everything here. There's some stories that aren't too bad.
Before we enter into the next room, please do not panic. Everything is under control, and the exhibit is not totally on fire. In case of emergency, we would exit you in out through the emergency exit.
You're fine. It's only fire that looks like fire. That's all right. Don't be concerned.
Yeah, just don't shake your head away from.
Everyone made their way? All right, all right. On a roasting hot desert island, it rarely rained. House fires were happening frequently. To help combat the fires, the residents used what they had to craft 2 fire carts. These carts, each pulled by the best rhinosaur the island could breed, were filled with water and pulled from location to location. Raspberry the monkey, found wandering an island used as a turtle habitat, was a pet of the head of the fire cart haulers. Out on one of their first patrols, they discovered something unusual. Raspberry had previously been trained to pull a cart. They decided that given his insistence that he be handed the reins, Raspberry would be trained to drive the rhinosaur of cart number 2. This worked more than well. Raspberry was already a complete natural at cart handling, needing no instructions whatsoever. They even crafted a small seat just for him. This allowed the others to focus more on the fires. Months passed, the carts racing fire to fire, Raspberry excitedly guiding the cart all the way. One afternoon, after a particularly difficult morning of fighting a long series of fires, the bell rang again. It was time to ready the carts, and Raspberry could not be located. The head of the fire cart haulers went to Raspberry's room and found the monkey asleep in bed. Knowing the poor creature must be exhausted after the morning that they had another member of the fire cart haulers pull the reins instead. They left without poor tired Raspberry and headed off to the fire. Along the way, they split an unreported house fire and slowed cart number 2 so they could put a little water on it before catching back up to cart number 1. While spraying the house with water, the front door burst open, and a soaking wet Raspberry, extinguished torch in hand, emerged. Not believing that Raspberry could be both asleep and at the scene of the fire, they checked his bed. Neatly shaped and arranged was a pair of trousers, made to look exactly like a sleeping Raspberry the monkey. Raspberry was wise at a great many things, cart hauling and deception being among his greatest talents. He was returned to the offices of the Turtle Sanctuary, where he was found, so that he could retire from his quite busy life. Don't look at me like that. From his quite busy life. He was returned to the offices there. The fire stopped overnight, and the fire cart haulers were quiet until one afternoon a flare was fired over the port, and a representative of a neighboring island had arrived. They wanted advice on fire carts, for they had been plagued with fires recently. They also needed a very small seat in the front, as they had the oddest thing, a monkey who knew how to drive a cart.
So somebody else picked up Raspberry, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Raspberries. Yeah.
Yes, and this is not Raspberry, but it's probably a relative of it. It's got a kind of a sulfur-tipped coal tail.
Yeah, that's right.
Does he also drive carts?
You know, we haven't tried. There's always a chance, but I'm a little concerned about torches or carts. We try to just keep monkey in here where it's nice and quiet. Are there any questions at all on the display?
I have a comment, but not a question.
Sure.
Ma'am, I really think having a bell ring when you say it and the bells rang out would be a nice little touch.
All right, we'll think of that. We'll try to add that in. Thank you very much. That's a good idea. All right this way to the next display. Ever not fall into anything around here? Management are responsible for all incidents herein.
Oh.
Oh. Right, we'll get to that display in a moment. No, this is not a tavern filled with delicious libations. In fact, if you had been here 50 years ago, you'd be dead. It wasn't unusual a long time ago to place additives into your spirits, to give them an interesting note, be it bitter, sweet, or bittersweet. It was an unusually crowded evening the night before, and would be again, at a combination inn and tavern. The tavern keep was too busy to go for the ingredient for a top note to add to the drink for the next evening. The tavern keep's sibling was sent to pick up the rare, delicious, green, sweet ingredient, Magistine. The herbologist, however, also out, and in their stead their apprentice was working. The assistant herbologist mistook the requested Magistine for the more common pest remover, maggot stem. Nearly identical in appearance and flavor, coupled with their very unfortunate similarity in name, the switch was made. The maggot stem was delivered to the tavern and used to give the libations their signature smooth sweetness. As is custom with a spirit house attached to overnight accommodations, the drinks poured heavily, quickly. The hallucinations began about an hour into the evening. The vomiting began shortly thereafter. Ingestion of maggot stem was said to produce hallucinations such as liquid running down the walls, inanimate objects breathing, skies filled with flying animals, and the mistaking of human form for animal. The chaos of the visions, coupled with the vomiting, began a putrid battle within the tavern, where all fought for their very lives. Any who made it outside were driven back in by the visions they saw in the sky. Those victors who survived the vomitous battle were said to have laid unconscious on these very floorboards until their hearts slowed to death.
You know, I could go for some hallucinations if we can skip the vomiting.
Unfortunately, it's all part of the deal. I don't think you want to ingest the maggot stem. I mean, you have the hallucinations at first, but it turns a little sour after a while.
Trust me, he's eaten worse.
I don't know. Hallucinations for the rest of your life sound good.
Kinda. I don't want to be that guy. Is there any water around?
Sure. Now, all right, let's go ahead. We'll move forward.
Sorry.
Come this way. We'll go ahead and take you to the area for the food and drink and beverages. We have a little stop over here. We're getting to it, but here we.
Thank you so much.
Delicious popcorn. Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Would you have popcorn in there? The popped out corn?
Popped out corn with swilt butter.
Thank you so much. I was curious of you saying nothing, just keeling over and dying. Never being seen again.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. If you want to continue the tour, we'll go right this.
Wait, sorry.
If you've been to... Is everyone here?
I think so, yeah.
I'm here.
If you've been to a hot, humid, tropical island, you know all too well the heat can be unrelenting. Two elderly brothers were looking for the lost goat near their home when they stumbled upon something, a very large abandoned well. The well had run low of water, but the inside could feel the cool, refreshing air blow past them. And instead of floating, now they had to kneel or sit on the bottom of the well. This did not suit their aging frames very well, and they began to talk, again, of a plan. It was decided to make the well a bit more comfortable, and they moved some furniture inside, using ropes and the goat, which was when they found in time, to lower some things down from the hatch above. This would be their final plan. Their friend, who knew of the well and having not seen the brothers for some time, began to worry and look for them. When they approached the well, they could already tell something was wrong. The scent of mold and mildew and end of life met their friend before the well. For you see, as they were soaking in the cool, damp richness of the well, their furniture was also. The introduction of the furniture began a growth of mold and mildew and rot that first tainted the well and then outright poisoned it. As the furniture was slowly mildewing and molding from the outside, the cool, damp, dark back of the chairs was growing a deadly fungus. Before that fungus was discovered, it had already started to emit toxic spores, which filled the well and the two elderly brothers. Any questions at all? Those are not the actual chairs. There's no real mold and mildew or fungus.
Won't it start, though, if it's here for long?
No, those chairs have been painted to look like they have mold and mildew on them, and we take them out periodically and check them and make sure they're not growing any of the deadly fungus up the back of them.
Yeah, we placed them on our ship, and there was a pirate that wanted to take that off our ship the other day, and we discouraged him.
So you're saying you don't have a side business in biological warfare?
Oh, no, we don't.
That's good.
Can we start one? Just placing suspicious gym places?
I do have a question, ma'am.
Yes, absolutely.
I am absolutely enjoying this, and you are delightful. And these stories are, although a little creepy, very lovely. But are there really 12 more exhibits? Your sign said there were 17.
Yeah, there's a few more. Are you quick on time? We can hurry through.
Well, I'm enjoying it.
I'm saying I'm enjoying it. I'm just saying if there's 12 more, we've only seen.
Are you saying I should stop talking?
Just wait till we come to the story of the shimmers.
Oh,
Oh,
all right. We'll try to pick up the pace a little bit more. Far beneath a beautiful country estate lies strange fate for those unfortunate enough to have encountered a pair of mad noblewomen. That a secret which would have run the blood code in the aristocratic circles they kept themselves in. The mad women had developed an unusual diet preference. Human toenails. Half-hearted soldier, drunken sailor, or sea wench, they were all preyed upon. They went into the dark night to turn up victims. They would wait outside tavern and dance hall for those inebriated enough not to put up a fight. Back over the head and about 6 spins around was usually enough to knock even the stoutest person unconscious if they had been plied with enough drink. They'd be locked into the chambers before you and their feet scrubbed, cleaned, and toenails carefully trimmed so as not to waste an ounce of the precious resource. I know what you're wondering. Why not just pull them out at the root? After all, it's the sensible thing to do. Well, the sisters weren't monsters, you see. They were just hungry. So very hungry. Each victim awakened, dumped on the outskirts of town, shoeless, sockless, pants rolled the knee, but their feet were beautifully scrubbed, and the toenails perfectly trimmed. The sisters were caught when they mistook a pair of sleepy officers for inebriated, and were overcome by them. Threatened with having their toenails pulled out at the root, it is the sensible thing to do. They confessed to the entire ruse. Afterward, they fell from grace and out of high society. They took on new identities where they began to work in a wash house, trimming the nails of the people who came to bathe, thereby continuing to feed their insane and insatiable hunger.
Wait, is that why your toes are always so nicely trimmed?
What?
This little piggy went out to lunch.
Who's
He
trimming my
has the
toenails?
nicest toenails, like very well trimmed.
I'm
Take
not
off your
trimming
boots
them.
and show them. It's
Okay, but
beautiful.
I'm not trimming them. I don't know who's doing it.
All right, let me see.
Look at how lovely coiffed his. Most men's feet are ugly.
Yeah. No, they look wonderful, look marvelous.
I think
You've been
maybe when you were drunk, this happened to you.
You've been dumped on the outskirts of a town, shoeless, sockless.
Once or twice.
My goodness. Yeah, could be all happening again. My goodness.
It's a story about me. It's kind of weird.
Right. A new beautiful island Freeport was too close to the Deepwater Ocean Trench. The frequent ship traffic to and from the island had angered the residents of the deep waters. Many different creatures made their way out of the depths to investigate the new disturbance as the swirling waters mixed warm water down. To grow much angrier, becoming a constant menacing presence in the waters. To teach their citizens defensive tactics to protect themselves against the angry mermaids, as well as to ensure people would not fear nearing their profitable freeport. The freeport opened a training institute just off the shore. Seen before you here are the standard issue training form, as well as the specialized mermaid training form just here beside me, developed at the institute, normally housed in deeper waters. It was used to teach citizens techniques to avoid or defend against angry mermaids. The mermaids seemed to realize something was occurring at the freeport and really began to increase their violence. Eventually, they began to investigate the institute itself, making their way to the shoreside where the training forms were stationed. Instead of damaging the training forms, however, the mermaids began to study them, possibly believing them to be figures in reverence of the mermaids themselves. It is believed that they took this as a sign the mermaid was a respected neighbor and led them to stop their attacks completely. Unintentionally, these forms did work to protect the citizens. No one who was trained to defend themselves ever even had to, and the mermaid forms were left in the water as a sign of a continued mutual respect. Luckily for the freeport, the mermaids had not witnessed the defensive techniques used against these forms.
What were some of the techniques?
Oh, I don't know exactly. There's a lot of different ones. I do know that they put very long eyelashes on the mermaid. I'm not sure why. I don't know if mermaids have long eyelashes. They could.
I don't know. The last time one tried to drown me, I didn't exactly look at eyelashes. Next time I will. I'll let you know.
And take a look. Yes, bring back information. Let us know if they're nice and long.
Yes, I'll document it.
Yes.
I'll definitely let you know.
A skilled blacksmith made a fortune on board a ship repairing broken old wood stoves on a frozen polar region. A fortune he intended to keep. Looking around his ship one day, he realized he had a dozen wood stoves and no one had claimed them after they were repaired. Needing to both remove the extra weight from the ship, he found a more suitable place to keep his treasures safe. He left the polar region for his home on a warm elephant island. He owned a small piece of the island that included a swamp. The swamp was home to many horrendous beasts, the least of which were an endless amount of spiders. He knew the perfect location for a hideaway for his treasure trove was a well-hidden cavern on the edge of the swamp. You would not see it unless you were falling into it. Covered in vines and growth, it was the perfect place, except it was the home to thousands of those spiders. But he knew spiders feared one thing above all others, a larger, faster spider. To attempt to stop them from living in the cavern, as well as to add an additional shock, should anyone unfortunate enough stumble into the chambers. He carted the old forgotten wood stoves down into the darkened mouth of the cavern to create this monstrosity here beside me. Welding the stoves together and carving a stone plinth from the cavern's rocks, he successfully created a spider to frighten all spiders, and the others fled in fear, leaving him in freedom to place his treasure deep into the now delightfully spider-free cavern. He went back to making more and more treasure and readied himself for a return to the caverns. Upon his return, he was looking forward to the Spiderless Cavern after having fought his way through many of them in the swamps. He arrived at the cavern to find it filled, not with spiders, but elephants. It was bursting at the seams with elephants. They chased him away from the entrance all the way back to his ship over and over, for you see, the only thing keeping the elephants from the cavern were the spiders. And the only thing luring the elephants into the cavern was the new multiple-armed scratching post someone had left there for them to use.
I mean, I suppose his treasure is now well guarded.
True.
Or was.
He can't. I think there's probably a chance he can't get to it himself. So, I don't know. Here is what was once a beautiful, marvelous circus organ. The organ was a modern wonder. It needed no one to play it, and in fact, it had no keys at all. It produced sound through steam, with a series of reused water and stovepipes, and could play the most beautiful melodies. It was pulled by 3 elephants on 3 carts as the circus parade arrived in the town, playing all the while to let the residents know the circus was arriving. The circus fell to ruin after the death of the ringmaster and owner. The ringmaster was thrown higher than the high wire act one evening by a pair of elephants looking to escape circus life. The audience, seeing the tragedy unfold, sent warnings to all who avoid the circus at risk of peril. The organ was purchased at an auction of items from the circus by a group of ne'er-do-wells with a plan. They would travel with a reassembled pipe organ port to port, playing friendly melodies for tips throughout the day. They would quieten as the shops closed and the people headed to their neighboring homes. Then in the late hours of the evening, they would stoke the fires of the steam heaters until they were raging. The beautiful music produced by the gentle steam pressure now became a howling, screeching, clangorous noise. This caused the residents to flee their homes in terror, and the horses and animals to batter their stalls, not knowing what beast was capable of such horrendous noise. The ne'er-do-wells would slow the fires eventually, but only so they could issue a proclamation. The fires would be stoked repeatedly until the township was able to come up with a predetermined fee to pay the ne'er-do-wells to leave the port in peace. The ne'er-do-wells landed in a port as usual one afternoon. They played their beautiful music. Shops closed. The residents began to leave. They waited. They went to the box on the top deck to get the wood for the fires. Instead of the residents being quietly asleep, the entire town was standing row after row, lining the edge of the harbor, quietly staring at the vessel. The water was already flowing into the ship by the time the ne'er-do-wells could react. The residents had been made aware of the approaching ship 2 days prior and had already formed a plan of their own. The pipe organ was dismantled and trod upon, resulting in the warped, discolored remaining pipes from that organ that you see behind me here today.
Does it still work?
No, it doesn't work anymore. It's not hooked up to steam anymore, you see. But if it were hooked up to steam, it would make some sort of noise. I don't know if it would be very pleasant, though, with the warped, discolored pipes that it has remaining.
It would be interesting to figure out what it sounded like.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it? What if it was stoked with fires until it was a horrendous, clangorous noise? We would be able to see then what it exactly sounded like.
Exactly.
We'll let you into the next chamber, not to fall into the grave.
Oh.
Below you here lies the coffin of the final husband of the widow of Shallow Creek. She was called the widow because she had buried 12 husbands, 11 of whom were deceased. She begged for help from the townspeople. She said she was being haunted by the vengeful ghost of her most recent husband. The widows of the town vowed to help her and formed a group which would sit in the home of the widow while she tried to rest. It was a quick rotation, for you see they all eventually stared straight again into the eyes of the man they used to know. Each night, someone sat with the widow. Just before the skies began to lighten, there was a shuffling behind them. One after another, those widows fled the still darkened, creaking home. Once that group was exhausted, the poor widow still pleaded to the town for help. The young single men were sent next, as they were thought to be less prone to fret. Same story, however. They all ran for their lives after gazing into the eyes of the dead man. The oldest woman in town, thought far too frail, asked, "May I go next?" She sat slumped forward next to the warm fire in her chair, eyes closed, back to the room when the ghost appeared. His long bony fingers, reaching, clawing, slid up over the back of the chair and around the woman's frail, thin neck. From outside the home, a blood-curdling scream that chased wolves into their dens was cut short. The townsfolk worried for the frail lady, but humoring her, had kept their ears open for her call. A number of them reached steps to the cabin at the same time. They clambered to the front door and flung it open. Standing tall over two bodies was the frail old woman. What no one realized is that the oldest woman in town was also the wisest. Unable to sleep well in the cold nights due to her old bones, she would sleep during the warm daylight hours. But every night, she would watch the supposedly dead husband of the widow of Shallow Creek creep into house after house through town. For you see, as people went to sit with the terrified widow, her very much alive husband was looting the houses of the people who came to help her. He would arrive later and scare the people back to their homes so he could show what he had taken to his wife. The oldest woman, however, went prepared, rolling pin in sleeve to expose the ruse of the widow of Shallow Creek.
It's a pretty smart ruse, all things considered.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it gives you ideas.
Does it?
Over on this side, deep in a prison, lie a cold, dark, windowless cell. A guard routinely traversed the corridors. One prisoner that they had not planned on having and didn't know the history of was a magician trained in the art of lock-picking. Picking the lock came easily enough, but getting out of the area proved more difficult. As the cell was at the end of a U-shaped corridor, the prisoner had nothing but time to plan, though, as they had sat there waiting. Day in, day out, they watched the guards, and they finally thought of their plan. The guards always took the same pathway through the loop, and they realized they could never go towards the guards, or they would be seen. But if they could go ahead of the guards, they may just make it out ahead of them. One problem, though, was their bed would surely be found empty as they were on their way to the exit and freedom, raising the alarm bell. In an effort to fool the guards, they began to put away slices of bread and sausages in their pillowcase. This plan was nearly ruined twice on an unplanned laundry day when they had to gorge themselves on stashed away food. Finally, a dark, moonless night came, dark enough for their plan to work. They neatly arranged the old bits of bread and sausages to form a vague figure, just enough for the guards to see a body asleep in the bed and to give them time to slip away. The plan went smoothly, and the prisoner was able to escape perfectly. The guards eventually discovered the ruse, and knowing how the head of the guards was, and knowing what they had to do, sat down for a most unwanted feast.
You're welcome to step forward and take a closer look at the table.
Oh yes, you're welcome to step forward and take a look at the sausages and bread. There's no body there. Everyone thinks it might be a real body. No, it's just neatly arranged sausages and bread.
It's pretty well done.
Can we eat the sausages?
You're welcome to have a taste if you like. You can have a lick of a sausage if you like. It has a pleasant flavor.
It was not pleasant. I don't know how long that sausage has been there.
It's been laid by. There's no telling how long it's been there. In a remote cabin, something unusual happened. The owner of the cabin grew older and more tired, and as the years were catching up to him, he thought he needed a way to bring vigor back to his life. He found a place where he could, for a price, order a tincture, promising to bring that to him. He placed the order, gave his address, and was told, wait 6 nights, and he would hear a loud bang on his door. He was not to look for the courier, only to quietly wait on the 6th night. On the arranged night, he sat patiently waiting. A loud bang was heard at the darkest portion of night. Nearly jumping from his body, he realized only then he was a bit stronger still, he seemed to realize. He waited a moment, then opened the door to retrieve the package bound in hides and tied to a large stone. He felt the bottle was unusually shiny until he realized a portion of that shine came from inside the bottle. He swirled it through his fingers and stared at the cork top, and he thought of his plan, and he glanced up at the portrait of his loved one. He realized this bottle may hold more than he bargained for. What if it turned back his aging altogether? What if it stopped his aging? Could he decide when he was through with this powerful elixir? He sighed and he realized, now that he held the power in his hand, what he missed was not his youth. It was part of his youth, and that was not coming back. Angry mostly at himself, he flung the bottle into the fireplace, coating the back of it, where the fireplace grew and roared like a tiger and spit flames across the room, eventually settling back down into a normal fireplace once again. He wondered what type of magic was in this tincture, and he vowed to himself he would never again try to recapture that which is meant to be left in the past. Go ahead and do this one next while it's still dark enough. A packed cargo freighter named the Sea Slicer sailed through a fog-shrouded sea. It lurched high and low in the sea, crates groaning at its sides. On board, amongst the crew, stood a mere deckhand. As the ship passed through the shimmer, a mysterious event occurred. Every person, in fact every creature everywhere, disappeared, except the deckhand. Calling out for anyone else, he realized he was totally alone. In fear for the crate, the contents, and the ship itself, the deckhand began to panic. He didn't understand the workings of the ship to get it under control, and without a crew to pull the sails and manage the ship's wheel, it seemed a task that could not be accomplished. "Hello? Hello? Help!" he pleaded. His plea was heard by the only other thing that inhabited the other side of the shimmer. The figure stood before him on the other side of the cabin door, but he could immediately tell this figure was not human. It had no facial features. In fact, it had no features at all. The ship careened out of control, and just as the figure reached through the doorway, the ship crashed on the shore of a desolate island. The deckhand was thrown overboard and into the water just beside the shoreline. While running from the ship and the figure, the deckhand began to realize he wasn't breathing normally. With every breath he took, it grew shallower and shallower. The farther he made it from the figure, the less he could breathe. The world grew darker and darker until he finally went unconscious. The deckhand awakened to find himself all the way back where the voyage began. But the crew, the ship, and the cargo were never seen again. They say the shimmer figure waits just over the shimmer for its next crew. Will you be the only one it spares, or will you never be seen again?
Oh no. This is why we hold our breath when we go through shimmers.
Yeah, just lucky you hold your breath, but on the other side, we've heard stories of seeing your future and your past on two different ships.
We've heard tell of people crossing the shimmer only to meet themselves on the other side. Only themselves seem to have been under some sort of spell or something. They were very tired and sleeping. So we have conjecture that perhaps this figure, looking to pull crew from their ship, is also somehow duplicating people in the world and pulling them onto the other side. Yes.
We have an experience with that.
Oh,
I told the story last time, but we was going to the Freeport. And then we went through the shimmer and I could see myself laying there. And there was two ships.
no ships.
And I was everything like the one ship was in a few, I mean the other ship was like from history, like a day ago.
Oh,
I don't know. There must be some curse magic happen when we drew through the shimmer.
yeah, there's something happening. You have to be careful when you cross these shimmers. Some unusual figure on the other side as well. It hungers for shoulder pets as well, or animals on your ship. It will snatch them from you as you cross the shimmer. Hold tight to your animals as you own the seals.
Is that how you lose balls, Sam? Okay. That makes sense now.
Here before us is the interior of the city office of the Butcher of Butterfly Lane, as he was later known. Shown on the table here beside me are the actual repurposed tools that he used. Fancying himself a dentist, he was able to convince the local populace that he was legitimate. Using a plant known for hallucinogenic properties, he was able to cause patients to, in essence, mentally leave their bodies, while he tied them to this table here in front of you. He would then remove all of the teeth of the victim, promising repairs to their teeth. It was so much easier to convince them afterward that all their teeth were bad, and therefore none of the work which he did not know how to do need to be performed. Human teeth were a prized and highly valued form of carotenoid, similar to bone but with a much sturdier structure once refined properly. The fraudulent dentist would leave his office early in the day, and that was thought odd by the community, considering how many of them desperately needed dental work. He had a nefarious reason for leaving early. He was tainting the town's water supply with ground-up squid innards. The innards still contained the powerful acids that the squid uses to break down sharp shells ingested in its feeding cycle. And even once ground up and dispersed, those innards still had enough acidic quality to weaken the teeth of the town's dwellers to the point of needing dental work and thereby supplying this fraudulent dentist with the teeth that he so desired.
Never going to the dentist again.
No, it doesn't come recommended. Was there any questions so far?
Oh, you forgot to tell him in this box here if anybody wants to look at a couple of teeth, real human teeth.
There are some teeth in that box as well, if you want to.
Not just teeth.
Alright, the tour continues this way. We're nearly at the end now.
Please keep all hands and legs inside your body. Do not go past the exhibit wall there.
Do not reach through. No reaching. The story of this printing press began in the polar north. The freighter Frozen Sails was used to deliver supplies to a far-flung polar research base where the Frozen Institute was located. On the slippery top deck of Frozen Sails, a crew member called out eerily, "Who's there?" when they heard voices in the frozen fog crying. The calling out stopped, and the other crew stopped in their tracks. Soon enough, they heard it too. Enchanting voices, calling out not in sorrow, but in song. By the time they could raise the alarm, none of them wanted to any longer. Below decks, a sleeping crew member who would be on a late shift was awakened. They were slid out of bed and across the sleeping quarters. Just as the crew member made it halfway to the topside, the sails, sitting now untended, whirled and snapped violently in the wind. The heeling of the ship was so intense that the crew members who were not already overboard were dumped overboard. The crew member was awestruck with horror. The crew member had plugged their ears with rolled cotton to stop the loud crew above from waking them, and was oblivious to the sounds now coming from the ocean, but knew in an instant what was happening. They were under the attack of the siren's song. The masts, weakened by the whirling and forceful snapping, groaned and gave way. They crashed down through the decks below, severely damaging the hull of the ship in the process. The crew member climbed into a dinghy, lowered it, and looked around as their crewmates nearby sickeningly dove underwater and disappeared down into the now freezing blue abyss. The survivor rowed and rowed for hours in the frozen waters until they had reached land. They staggered onto the frosty shores, called out, and collapsed. They had made it to the island of the Frozen Institute, and they would very soon be found. The same cannot be said for the Frozen Sails and her other crew. They drifted down into the frozen depths below. The survivor decided to print a book to tell the tale of that horrendous day and use the boards from the very dinghy that they survived in to make the printing press here behind me. Print their books on. It is said that the sea sirens had placed a curse on that dinghy because they did not get the chance to clear the ocean completely that day. The now cursed printing press can at times call out to those who are nearby, asking them to climb into its gnashing jaws. It is rumored to have eventually devoured the crew member who created it. And it's left us wondering, now is it satisfied, or will it strike again?
We need one. We need one, Sam.
Oh,
Well, I was wondering if it's right next to the food and beverage, you know, just in case she gets hungry, like the snack's right there.
oh, that is a very good idea. We could throw a snack in there occasionally to try to satisfy it partway through the tour, so no one's at risk. Okay, this way to our final exhibit. We're at the end now.
Please stand in front of the double doors.
Being so violent.
Yes. Stand aside. All right, is everyone in? Okay. In front of you stands Hera, the oddity of Itch Meadow Farm. Born during a hurricane, it is believed she was born in midair, the wrong way around. She has been utterly convinced that she is standing the right way up, and she cannot be corrected. She does not use her hooves, and instead she drags herself along the ground with her horns and wiggles side to side like a serpent to get around. She is able to see berries on the underside of bushes that the other animals miss. So maybe this is a new adaptation of the species in order to fill a void. Her hooves must be filed down regularly as she does not wear them down naturally. She produces what her original owners at the farm referred to as the wrong way milk, in that it comes out the wrong way around. It is said that by not hanging down into the udders and cooling, the milk is able to stay hotter for a longer period of time, and it produces a sweeter, more mature milk with a caramel flavor undertone that is prized of regular milk. You're welcome to take a step inside and take a close look at Hera if you like.
There's also samples of Swilk here if anybody would like to take a sample.
We don't have to.
Swilk, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it now, Swilk. I get it now.
yes, Will.
Yeah.
Is utterly ridiculous.
Well, we find that it's much cleaner this way. We don't have to wash the milk. If you need to wash your regular milk before you drink it, by the way, if you have any of the standard milk. This milk, however, the udders having been placed in a new location, it's not nearly as foul as the regular milk.
It's really good, actually. I like that.
That concludes the tour here today at BoggOdd Oddities Museum. We hope you found some strange, some unusual, and some odd stories today.
Over here at the writing desk, if anybody would like to sign the guest book or leave a review, feel free to take a letter and fill it out and drop it off at Dropbox.
I'm gonna quickly run to the ship and grab a little bit to put in the donation box. I'll be right back.
I don't want to write. This will truly haunt my dreams for the rest of my life.
I thought it was a lovely tour.
It was.
It was nice, but that cow worded me out.
I do have some good ideas I will share with you on the ship.
Oh,
Hey, Dan Charles.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you for changing the sign.
You're quite welcome. 2 tours, not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. I just hope everyone enjoyed themselves and was able to see some strange, odd and unusual things today.
Oh, yes.
We have a lot of giraffes on our island. We need to check now.
Oh no.
Not giraffe.
Not the
What?
giraffe.
Oh, so did you enjoy
Thank you
the
again.
tour?
Wait.
Always nice to go through here.
Oh, thank you for
You
coming
can't
through.
just say, oh no, like that. Not
Where is the
explain.
donation box?
I feel like I have
It's
to.
inside, but you can put a donation in here as well if
Oh,
you like.
yes.
A
I
little
put
clip.
it. I put it some here last time as well.
Did you guys leave a message or anything? Or a review?
I know papers make me funny.
I don't review with paper. I review with my voice.
There's no
So
thatch
how
in there to make
many
one, sadly.
people, do you get through here?
Does anybody have thatch?
Nope.
I have bullets in that shit. I didn't even bring shoes today.
How many people do you get through here every day?
Oh, we had another tour earlier today, a few hours ago,
Sorry.
and I think there were probably 8 people
Just
on
have
that
some word of mouth.
Why?
The other side.
Are we going
I just
now?
wanted to hear
I
your voice.
recommended people to go here at the Freeport as well, so maybe some of
This
them
place
have
was
been
cool.
by.
Thank
I
you
like
very
it.
much. We really
I
appreciate
like
it.
it.
Where'd they go? Oh, hi.
Oh,
Enjoy.
you're welcome.
You're welcome. Spread the warnings. Let people
Very
know.
much.
Very welcome. Yes, spread the warnings. Let people know we're here so they can come hear the warnings for themselves.
We certainly will. I know I'm going to.
Thank you very much for stopping here today at BoggOdd Oddities Museum.
Thank you for the tour.
You're welcome.
It's really nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you as well.
Thank you.
Give me that.
And our exhibits are going to be constantly rotating, so
Oh,
come
that's
back.
fantastic. It's good to know. Let's be
Okay,
back.
bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hey,
Goodbye. Take care.
Goodbye.
bye. You take care as well, Olaf.
Safe travels.
Are you coming, Olaf?
Yes, I'm coming.
Anyone in the museum? Is there anyone left in the museum? You don't want to be in here alone with the clockwork. I think it's clear. Bye.
Goodbye.
Did that bull buck you off?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's been really hot today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's also been bird day, I think.
Hmm.
Alright. We're gonna try to cross the bay and see if we can find a shallow spot.
Okay.
It's this direction. This is the point I have to swim. It maybe get, yes. It gets too deep.
That was pretty close.
Saw Elias walk a long ways out through here one day.
Oh, don't look now. There's 2 of them.
I'm not looking at them.
Oh, there's 3 of them.
No, they don't.
Not for long.
No, they don't get my attention. Edgar said the bull was good at taking care of them.
I better be careful around that house there.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Anybody in that house? There's nobody in there.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I got some sort of internal organ. Like a bladder that came out of the inside of the elephant.
Ugh.
Bones.
I got 3 marrow. Did you get any marrow?
Got a few. I think I got 3 as well. Yeah, I got 3 as well.
Hand it to me. I'll put it in the preserving bag. Need to have like 4 more, I think.
Oh, alright. Well, we can look for more of them.
Yeah.
Seems to be Elephant Day over here. After all. Oh, this. Did we ever get to talk to the people who lived in the house over this way with all the crops?
No, we didn't get a chance to talk to them, but we don't need their grapes or tomatoes now.
No, we could still say hello if they're there.
Yeah, say hello.
Alright, we'll try.
Hello? Anyone home?
Is anyone home at all? Neighbors coming to say hello.
Neighbors wanting to listen in on the gossip.
Hello, anyone home at all? I want to know if you've heard anything weird out on the seas.
Hello, hello.
No, very quiet on board.
That's a nice painting. Got the board takes the paint well.
Look at that. Yes, it really does.
Oh, wow.
We have all types of spirits here, it looks like. Not the kind that haunt the walls, but the drinking kind.
Mm-hmm. Only if we had a tavern here.
Oh, I hear someone inside. But they're snoring. It's the only neighbor that we found that has a very established home. A lot of the other neighbors seem to have more of a temporary home.
Yeah.
Visiting neighbor, wanting to know if you've seen anything weird.
Don't be afraid of the bull just sticking the head in.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
I wonder what the room is.
Don't know. Could be one of those outhouses that we've heard about.
Mm-hmm.
An outer house? I don't know. Yes, near where that established home is located is where people lived who said, stay out of the south side.
That's okay.
They're a little far north for the south. They're south of something, I guess, but it's not the south side of this island, I know that.
No.
Maybe that's where they moved to, was the south side. I don't know.
Yeah.
The bull may be able to cross here. I don't know. I feel like surely there's a path somewhere. Just finding it is not easy.
Well, at least you can swim it across. It doesn't totally.
To a certain point. I haven't seen any of those manta rays here. I think everything's alright.
Mm-hmm.
another one.
They keep coming back.
My goodness. Yeah, there's a lot of pigs here. Some days is pig day, some days gun day, and there's a lot of chickens around. I don't know why.
Hmm.
Oh, you need help carrying something?
Oh, yeah, we can help.
No.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Elias, this is Edgar. Edgar, this is Elias from the towns.
Hello, Edgar.
Hello, Elias. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Edgar was sent one of our letters to join the town, and he was finally able to make it in.
That's good.
Yes.
It's a nice town.
Yes, it is. We
Yeah, it is.
try. The island's not bad
Yeah,
either.
doggo.
It does rain here an awful lot, but other than that, it's not bad.
We're just gonna take a look around. I slept a lot.
Right. We have a new barn on the other side of the mountain the way you're headed to store animals in. It's more of an animal barn. It's not quite like the animal barn in town. This one is more of you ask the animals to go in there. You don't go in yourself, though. It's an unusual barn.
Don't go into the new barn. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we would if we could. The door is very locked, but the animals can get in there somehow. I don't know.
And you just have to retrieve them when you're ready for them. And just be careful not to throw them out. You want to retrieve.
Thrown out? What animals have been thrown out? That sounds horrendous.
Maybe the monkeys? I put them in there.
Oh no. No, I doubt they were thrown out. We would throw out any elephants if they made their way in there, though. There's not enough room. Not enough room at all for elephants. Ugh.
And giraffes.
Now giraffes, the whole neck sticking out up, trying to sprinkle the spiders everywhere. Oh.
Yeah, we had a couple of tours today, and it seems like the giraffes always freak people out.
Yeah, that giraffe story. But they just have to make sure they're not shaking their heads. If they're not shaking their heads, everything's fine. Just check your giraffes.
How are the neighbors?
Sleeping, quiet.
Yeah.
We went around the big island and we didn't find anyone awake. And the new neighbors that are on this island, we haven't heard from them today, or I haven't.
I did. I got a letter from one of them asking for a shovel. So she left 5 silver and a couple of copper, so I took 2 shovels over to her.
All right, that's kind.
And then I saw her on the raft, and I was a little confused to why she was on the raft and not a sloop. And she said that she's had a bad day and didn't want to talk about it.
Ooh, all right. Well, that's okay.
So
The neighbors across the water have been quiet.
That's probably good as well. I haven't seen anyone. I believe it was Stanley said there used to be 2 ships over there. Now there's only 1. So one of the ships has left and not returned.
yeah, I think so.
it's still just one over there.
Yeah, I think they had a brig, but now they just have a little schooner. Thinks
Maybe they're on a trip.
Yeah, that could be. We'll see. Maybe they'll be back sometime soon. I think Edgar said he went to the island south. The island that's this way. Stay on the south side. But Edgar went over there to check and see if there was anyone there.
Nope. A lot of rafts. That's all it's over there.
There used to be a couple of fellas on the north side at a shipyard.
I think there was a shipyard still over there, but I don't know much.
We can always check over there if we need to.
Up to you. I just took shelter in there one day on the 2 rafts, and that fella offered to build a better sloop.
Ooh, well, that was kind. At least there's a nice neighbor who offers things and not one telling you to stay out.
Well, he was gonna charge me for it.
Well, at least he was offering and not demanding anything.
That's true. Okay. I should be awake more now. I'm feeling better.
Oh, okay, that's good. Well, it's good to see you. We did have a couple of tours today, but it was all right. We'll get back to normal soon.
Yeah, it's kind of profitable today. We actually got a little over a gold in donations.
Yes. Did you check for the second tour what we received? Anything?
About 10 silver.
Well, that's not bad.
That's good.
That's not terrible. The first tour sounds like it was much more profitable, but it's to the patrons. We never know.
We just have to upsell them on the museum package.
Upsell them? What are we selling? We're not getting rid of the cow.
No, we just say if they want lifetime memberships to the museum.
What in the world?
What could it? It's like a notarized letter that says, "I'm a friend of the museum" or something like that.
A friend of the museum donation. Well, that could be something. I don't know. What about enemy of the museum? Can you sign other people up to be an enemy of the museum or something?
Why would you want to be an enemy of the museum?
You sign people up to be an enemy. I don't know. If you have friends of the museum, wouldn't you have enemies of the museum? I don't know.
And if you're on the enemies list, then you pay to get off the list.
Yes. Yeah, that could work. You have to pay to get off. Everyone's on the enemies list now. You have to pay to get off of it. Could work.
Might work.
That might. Hard to say, though.
Pay to get off the list. Okay.
I'm standing in grass that's so tall.
Yeah.
I feel like a scorpion.
We should let the cows out more.
Yes, we should. Alright, it was good to see you, Elias.
Nice to see you.
He seems like a nice fellow.
Elias is very kind. He helped us get established with the museum, and he's Employee of the Month. Done a very good job getting us up and going and running.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's another one!
You got a pen pal letter. Congratulations, you have been matched. Include. Got a pen pal letter.
Got a letter? I got an introduction to the pen pal service, but I did not get a letter from the pen pals yet.
Oh yeah. That's what it was, the introduction.
Introductory letter. That's what I got. I got my match. The pen pal I'm matched with, but I didn't get anything more than that. I think it's just telling us that we can write a letter and telling us who to write the letter to, if we're ready.
Yeah, I'll work on it tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, not today.
Yeah, the frustrations of dealing with the paper.
Ugh, paper. Elias.
Yes.
Tried to put in a new dockway here, and we realized that the horse and cart can make it. The docks get very angry and they start to sink into the sand if they go much further than what we've got here. But the horse and cart can go all the way to the end here, and we put a set of stairs so that they can easily get down. And then it stays pretty shallow along through here, heading to the next dock. And we did test with the horse and cart. The horse and cart can make it all the way across here without having to swim or act crazy.
Okay.
I think it will help be able to get things over to the shipyard should you have to bring anything over. Just in case. That's another option.
Do you know how to ride the horse?
No.
There's a book I got at the Freeport. Put it in the bookcase. It's kind of an introduction to riding, I think, or handling.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're ever interested. But you may not be, which is fine.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, some people don't like horses at all. I don't like elephants, but...
But you can also ride the bull.
I couldn't get Hugo to carry anything for me.
No. I don't know why.
No.
Mm. How many ships can we have, Boggert?
Well, we've written to
With
the
math.
we have written to the crown, and everything is clear, and you're able to launch another ship. We're within reason.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking about doing something rash.
Ooh, that sounds exciting.
Well, I'm thinking about tearing that one down.
Oh,
And
why?
then tearing that shipyard down. And then putting a different shipyard over there.
Oh, alright. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Oh, you say you're not giving up doing ships altogether.
I don't give up.
No, just want to see if I can make them a little better, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Also, Owen has a friend who's part of his company, and we just got to get the merger papers signed, sealed, and delivered, and everything should be kosher for all the ships.
Okay,
Yeah, I think that would give us another ship, maybe.
it might.
If we have troubles, we can always remove a ship from the company. It's fine.
I think as long as we don't go crazy with them, it'll be okay.
Yeah, we should be fine.
Yeah, I think we're in reason. There's no issues that I can see.
Okay.
We received notice that if we had a raft that was built inside of a building, that they don't consider it any type of ship anymore.
Yeah, we did get the permit for that one.
Yeah, we did. It's a permit. You put a little sticker on the raft and it says, "This is not a ship," and it works.
Hmm.
So if anybody
Makes sense.
Yeah, if anybody comes looking for ships, they'll just see a sticker on there that says, "This is not a ship." Makes it better.
Is the museum still open or is it closed now?
Closed for the evening. Did you need something?
No, I was just wondering.
Yeah, we're closed, so we're free to do whatever we like.
Yeah, was there something that you wanted to do?
Yeah, is there anything you need?
No, just still waking up and thinking.
Right. We can help you move any kind of supplies around if you needed to with a cart. Now that we can get back and forth.
I need to do some thinking.
Okay, we'll let you do that. I know how that is. I have to do a lot of thinking myself. using the hot dog roaster to try to knock down the animals out of the sky?
Mhm. Yeah, why not?
Alright, I guess so. Just seeing if Edgar needed anything. Or if we wanted to do anything at all. I know it grows later in the day, so there's always that.
Yeah, I don't need anything.
Are you enjoying your stay here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am.
That's good. Well, we still have time to decide on what we want to do as far as any sort of breeding barn or any sort of housing or sales stalls or something like that. All in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be nice if the town was laid out a little different, but it's a struggle with these docks, I can tell.
Yeah, don't get me started with these docks and the harbor for this place. Very shallow and very deep all at the same time. How can it be both? Your ship is going to run aground or not be able to anchor both at the same time.
Yeah. But it's kind of fitting for a museum, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Kind of an oddity all on its own. It's like the people who visited today, they kept yelling, we can't anchor, we can't anchor. So I just turn alongside, broadside the docks, and then you can anchor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Once again, they were fine.
Yeah, I liked just pulling in parallel park with the dock. You don't have to worry about backing.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Now look at you down there at the end. Just slid in.
Mm-hmm.
I figure if people come to visit, they can find somewhere to anchor, and that's just how the harbor is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Try to find somewhere to anchor. Good luck. Welcome.
Yeah.
Elias is thinking about his shipyard over there. He said he was thinking of doing something brash, and we said, well, what are you going to do? And he said, I think I'm going to tear down the ship, and I think I'm going to tear down the shipyard. And we said, what? What are you doing that for? And he said, well, I think I'm going to build a better shipyard so I can build a better ship. We said, oh, okay. As long as you're not planning on tearing everything down.
Yeah.
I think he's working on a better shipyard. He must have some sort of new blueprints or some sort of plan or something.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be good. I don't know how these shipyards work anyhow. They all look like they're very large shipyards, but well, you can craft a very small vessel in there. Maybe you can craft a very large vessel too if you want. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know enough about ship crafting, really.
Did we tell Edgar that Owen joined the town of Five Torches?
Oh, yes, Mr. Owen. Mr. Owen signed paperwork today. We've had such a lot of storms and things, unusual stuff happening, and Mr. Owen's trying to live off of his ship, and we got worried. Something may happen to the ship, and therefore something may happen to Mr. Owen. We wanted to give Mr. Owen the opportunity to have an actual bed on the shore of an island somewhere and a door to keep it behind, so he's got a place to lay down and rest. He's been living in the town anyhow, so it's not very different.
Yeah. Well, he's really nice. He was the first person I met here. So.
Yeah, he is. He's very nice. He's helped us out a lot. He got us the horse and the cart that we have, and he helped us out with a domesticated bull and the domesticated cow. Tried to help Stanley along on his journey. But yes, he's been very kind to us, so we saw no reason at all not to give him a roof over his head here in the town, since he was living here already anyhow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he's got one crewmate working for him that may or may not be a vampires. We're still out to determine that.
A crew member who
what?
has. Yeah, there's something unusual with the crew member. We went on board the ship, and there was a bed on the middle deck of the ship, and we went down to the lower deck of the ship, and way off in the distance in a different part of the ship was the crew member, but they were floating near the ceiling while they were laying down. It's the most unusual thing. We may be able to go look on Mr. Owen's ship and see. I still consider it Mr. Owen's ship, even though he's part of the town, but we can go take a look at the crew member just to see if it's still floating. Surely that's not a bad thing to know, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, if you smell a strong odor of garlic, don't panic.
Don't panic, we rubbed it all over the feet. Mr. Owen had garlic and he rubbed it all over the soles of the man's shoes, so that if he was an actual vampire or something, that, he would be surely to have a reaction. But there was no reaction at all. The man just stayed asleep, more than happy. I do hear snoring. Could be Mr. Owen.
Yeah. We'll just be silent.
Yes, Mr. Owen. We'll have to find the way down. I don't know the way of the layout of the ship. This way, maybe. Ah, here we go. We're down. Yeah, there's a bed right over here, but there's no one in the bed. And then if we go down below...
It seems like he's found the floor.
Oh, he found the floor. Look at that. He's not floating anymore. He was all the way up on the ceiling, floating while he was sleeping.
Oh.
Yeah. Looks like Mr. Owen has sewn a pair of scissors to the back of his shirt as well. Maybe that's some sort of, I don't know. Maybe that's some sort of thing that keeps the vampires at bay. If they can feel that there's scissors sewn onto the back of their clothing.
Mm-hmm.
I still smell a garlic smell.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, well, we checked. Made sure that the vampire still wasn't floating in the sky. I think things are fine. I think it's probably just something unusual that was happening.
That's some really pretty colors.
Yes. Oh, I meant to tell you. Yeah, I told you about I had something here. There's a paint sprayer. I don't think that's the color that you're going to want. I've been spraying the docks with that color. But there is that color available. You don't have to paint your ship at all. If you like it unpainted, that's fine. It looks fine to me, but I have noticed that the paint grabs a lot better to the boards now. I don't know what's happened, but some of the boards are a little more porous than they used to be. They really absorb paint a lot more.
Okay.
If
Do
you
we
look
have
at
a company color or something?
No,
I think all the ships are green.
Yeah, they're all green, but it wasn't a choice. It just happened for some reason. A lot of green and gold. You're welcome to green and gold, but you're welcome to paint your ship whatever you like, though.
Okay.
Alright, I feel like we did a good service by checking to make sure no one was floating. I also wanted to see if Mr. Owen was floating. He's not floating either, so I think things are fine.
Yeah.
That way we know Mr. Owen's telling the truth. I mean, if you were a vampire and your friend was a vampire, you might tell everyone, oh, my friend's not a vampire, I'm pretty sure. And that way they wouldn't suspect either one of you, right?
Yes, and we had to double check as well, since Owen merged into our company, but the other person hasn't signed the paperwork yet.
They hadn't signed any paperwork at all. They're sort of locked onto Mr. Owen's ship with no key to the door. But it's all right. Mr. Flynn said he would talk to his friend. So I think everything. His friend has not signed any kind of paperwork with the company, so he doesn't have any keys in his pocket at the moment. But he'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
It gets so hot here sometimes.
Yeah.
Ugh. I don't know if you saw where the paints were upstairs in the kitchen. You're welcome to any of those paints. I can also make you paints if you had any colors that you were looking for in particular. There's also another paint sprayer up there, as well as some paint brushes. If you just want to test some colors on some boards or something, you might want to use paintbrush instead.
Mm-hmm.
Here are all the dyes and paints that we have in the box on top, and the box on the bottom has different types of paintbrushes and sprayers.
Ah, okay.
Looks like there's a few brushes and sprayers in there, so you can swap your colors for whatever you like from the upper box.
What does it take to make the paint?
You have to use the oven here.
Hmm.
Can you, if you look in the oven, can you see the little, there's a little pamphlet hanging on the side. Are you able to read that? It has dyes on the side of it.
Mm-mm. No.
We got a little book when we were at the Freeport when we landed. The little book was on skills, and it told you about different types of skills that you had. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
One of the skills that we had was a pathfinding skill. It's sort of in the early chapters of the book. And in that skill, there was a skill called the Art of Dye. And I believe if you haven't read that chapter, you might be able to.
Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, I didn't see that chapter the first time.
It wasn't there at first, and then it showed up. Yeah, it seems like they changed the book around just a little bit.
Hmm.
Kind of like that book that we found earlier today. Did you find your clockworks?
Oh, I did. Hold on, let me go make sure I can still make clockworks.
You know what a clockwork is?
No, but I know somebody's married to one.
I don't know about this story.
You know that there was somebody who's married to a clockwork? Yes. Did you know the clockwork's name?
Yeah, they told me it was Boggert.
Boggert. They named the clockwork Boggert, and they married them.
Is it the one that we sold to them?
Yeah, we sold one to someone.
And they named it after you?
Yes, they had a wife, and the wife's name was Boggert, and she was a clockwork.
This person wasn't at the tour. I wonder.
Oh, someone else who was at the tour had heard all this, though.
An interesting story.
Yes, it was. I can imagine my shock.
have gum. We have gum.
You said you haven't seen the clockworks.
No.
Oh. Is Elias around anywhere? Elias does like the clockworks. They're very scary.
Oh. Oh.
Oh yeah. That's the clockworks. Now they have a winder in the back, and I can wind it up, and then they can move. Sometimes don't let them frighten you. They move very quickly. Or sometimes don't let them frighten you. They make noise. Someone said they thought it was the hinges squeaking inside the clockwork. I don't think so. I think they've been designed to make sounds. It's very frightening.
Hmm. What the?
You hear that sound? It doesn't sound like a hinge to me. That doesn't sound like a squeaky hinge at all.
Well, yeah, I can. That is a little bit scary.
Well, just think of these bobbing up and down as you go through the shimmer on a foggy evening.
Oh.
See, it moves really fast sometimes. That's frightened Elias. He shot one. He put a hole straight through it. He got very scared of it. It was making sounds and noises, and when it thrust its fist really fast through the air, he put a bullet right through it. He said, I don't like it.
And the head opens up, and you can see the brains and the teeth and the eyes.
Ooh.
Yes, you can. It's very unusual. Oh.
Well, what is he doing?
He's dragging something, but the little switch in the back says dragging, but I don't know. It's one of my least favorite poses. Ah, this one's drinking. Oh yeah, there you go. Ugh.
Ah! What happened?
Oh no.
Clothing. The clockwork has taken your clothing.
How did he do that?
I don't know. If you get close to it, maybe able to grab it back. Hurry, try. Just do it. There you go, you got it.
What a thief.
Yeah, that's not good. We'll add that to the list of weird and unusual things that they do. We also have realized they will snatch your clothing if you're not paying attention.
Yeah.
I believe this one is similar to the one that was named Boggert, but I'm not sure why.
Okay.
Doesn't even look like you.
No, it doesn't. And if you look in the back of the head, don't let it frighten you, but they're growing a little tiny bit of human hair just out of the backside here on the back of the head. It's actual human hair growing out from the inside of the clockwork. So we think there's something very unusual happening there.
Oh, yeah, must be.
The noises that they make. It's not hinges, that can't be hinges. Don't move that fast, you're frightening me.
Aha.
Aha, look at that. You want to see something unusual? Hold on, let me have this one. Give me just a moment. honey garlic shoe leather. Sounds interesting.
Oh, maybe we should talk to Elias about that.
Yeah, we could. I saw Elias just a moment ago. He was downstairs. We had the clockworks out. We showed them to Edgar, and Elias left the building. But I told him, I said, we've put them away now. You can come back. And he said, okay.
How's Edgar getting along?
Oh, just wonderfully. He's been harvesting quite a few things for us. He went across to the big island and brought back all manner of things. Wood, some thatch, some fiber, some berries, some herbs and things, and some honey.
And he's keeping the big island cleared of elephants.
Yeah, he's got that bull, and the bull is very adept at making sure that the elephants are gone before they lay the eggs.
No, I approve of this one already.
Oh, very, very good. Now, that bull is something else. It goes in for the elephants, and about 5 or 6 swipes later, they're just laying there, spent. Doesn't take very long at all.
Oh, that's some bull.
That is.
And
Do we know anything about this man's past? He just comes sailing in on the sunset with a great big ship and a bull that can kill elephants. He seems like quite the hero.
Yeah, Boggett knows him. She wrote a correspondence to him.
Yes. Yes, I knew of Edgar. He was very kind, good person, so I sent a letter to him inviting him to the town of Five Torches before we ever really got the town established. And
Has he always cut such a heroic figure?
yes, absolutely. I wasn't sure if he even received his letter, but I think he was marooned on the other side of the world for a little while, and eventually he made his way this way.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Seems we're all the better for having him.
Yeah, and we have Mr. Owen now. Mr. Owen is part of the company, and I believe he's asleep on his ship. We checked to make sure he was not floating near the ceiling.
Is his associate still on the ship floating?
Yes, and he was not floating near the ceiling either. They were both laying on the deck boards. I think everything's fine.
Does he still plan on residing on his ship? Or does he need a larger place now?
Mr. Owen?
Yes.
Not sure. He said, I'll take the paperwork for the town, and then I have to go to sleep. I'm sorry, but I have something I have to think about. And I said, okay, that's fine. We didn't get to discuss much after he signed the paperwork. I know he has his home, and he may be able to put a bed in there now and have a place just in case something were to happen to his ship out at sea. He would have a bed to recuperate in, just in case.
Right, and the associate of his, we have any idea what he's about? Or she?
No, I don't know anything about the associate. I've been on board the ship and seen them, and we went back just a moment ago to check and make sure they weren't floating anymore near the ceiling. And at the end of all of it, we determined that things were fine. But Mr. Owen said that his associate was a very good person and nice associate.
Had a question for you.
Okay.
I saw some gum in the resource box. I didn't know if you came across some gum or cotton.
I think I know where I found cotton, but gum? I don't think I brought gum.
Okay. I was trying to figure out who may have brought in gum. With cotton and gum, I can do bandages and so forth. if you ever injure yourself, you could add a bandage to it and heal yourself better.
Ooh. I'll keep my eyes open for it. I know where the cotton is, but it's really far away from here.
I think also west of here, there's a desert island that has it. I think it's just west of here in C5.
Okay.
So it was kind of a purpley tree or something, or a purpley bush. But it was kind of a one of those islands that have like the camels, I think.
Camels?
It would. I haven't seen one, but it was the animals that usually roam on that island would look like a camel with a long nose.
A long nose? An elephant?
Yes, it's very odd.
Oh, okay.
It's also the island that has salt as well. I think flint salt and rock salt.
Okay. I was east of here?
Yeah, east of here. I think in C4. I couldn't tell you which island it was in C4, but I think several of them looked like they had the same kind of atmosphere.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll keep an eye out for the game. But I just wanted to let you know if I had those 2 ingredients, I can make bandages.
Okay. Yeah. We'll have to find it then. This color is too dark, isn't it?
I can't tell. The sun's hitting it at a weird angle at the moment.
Yeah. I should probably wait. At least until the sun is up, so.
And also it's getting a little foggy, so.
Yeah.
Can't see. Below deck looks fine.
Yeah, that's a different color.
What's the upper deck?
Blackberry, I think it was. And this one is mango.
It's looking okay. It's got a nice little gloss in some areas. Got a little bit of a shine in some areas. I think it looks fine.
Yeah, maybe a mix of these two would be good.
Yeah, I think so.
going on? Oh, it's just you.
I hate parrots.
Yeah, they are really annoying.
Boggert,
Yes.
had a ship arrive and they want to take a tour of the museum. I don't know if you're up for it.
I'm fine if you are.
All right, we'll do it.
Oddities.
Are you in denial? Because I don't see anything.
Any trees here? I think you're living on a desolate island and you're trying to convince yourself that it's flourishing.
That's a bit hot here. Perhaps I should spend more time under the docks than on them.
It's okay. A little bit more alcohol will help you along the way.
Oh,
I want to
hello.
dehydrate you. Hello.
My name's Boggert Slime. My sister
Hi.
said that you were interested in a tour.
Yes, of the museum. Oh my god, we would love to do like a tour. Love
Okay. Can you give us 5 minutes? I need to turn on some
Yes,
candles
definitely.
and make sure things are prepped and ready.
100%. Yeah. Take your time.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Slime, what's the admission fee?
5 gold.
Oh, that would be nice. But we take donations.
Okay.
So if you feel like it's a good value, we take donations of any kind.
Okay. I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask since it is after all.
Yeah, welcome to come along. We're ready to give the tour now if you're ready to.
Oh, Mr. Slime asked for 5 minutes.
It's slow walk.
Yeah. You do fine. Yeah, you've had a couple of groups through, I believe, haven't you?
Just the one. I was slept late today, so I wasn't here for the tours.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a bit. How have you been? Has everything been all right?
I've been good. I worked a little hard, so I had to sleep for a few days.
Right, that's understandable. Some people don't really understand how much rest their body needs, and they tend to push themselves a bit hard. It's good to see you learn that young.
That's true. You remember talking to me about that shipyard? Well,
We'll
I
take a
took down that
break,
schooner
and
I
I'll be right
had
back.
built
2 minutes.
in the shipyard, and then made a new one and put it up. I think the new one's a little truer and a little straighter. Should have a better beam.
Through it. Now you've got a bit more understanding of it. I'm sure you can make things better from here on out. Don't say anything. I think I'm going to slide out there and I'll be back in shortly. Now, Boggert, are you here? Now, Boggert, I'm just going to slide out the back. I'll be back shortly.
Welcome to the BoggOdd Oddities Museum. Someone will be with you shortly.
Elias. Yeah, that's us. That's me and my brother, Boggert. This painting above the other sign is of Elias. Elias is our employee of the month here at BoggOdd Oddities Museum. Did you know another Elias? We've met a captain.
My captain brother.
Yeah, we thought they might be related since they have the same name. You know, people who are related have the same name a lot of times. Yeah, Elias is a very good shipwright. He's made all the ships for us here at the Oddities Museum.
Very nice. Maybe that's what you and your long-lost brother have in common.
Maybe I'll meet him again one day.
Yeah, I believe.
Elias, would you consider yourself delicious?
What in the world?
I think I'm more tasty than delicious.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, there we go.
That's a very honest opinion. I like it.
Sorry, I was just making small talk. I'm not very good at it.
Clearly.
Alright, if we're ready, we'll go ahead and begin your tour here today. I see that Boggert has joined us.
Yeah, everything's ready to roll.
Alright, Leave your preconceived notions of the normal world at this very threshold, and enter the world of the mysterious, the unusual, and the odd at BoggOdd Oddities Museum. By entering the museum, you agree management not responsible for any and all incidents herein, including, but not limited to, any pushing, shoving, falling, tripping, or ending up in any sort of display, water, graves, or the sort.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can shove Kai and it'll be fine?
Please step lively into the next chamber.
Right this way. We'll begin our tour here, just on your right as you enter the museum.
Ooh. There is
Wait,
a
in the
cheese
cheese
shop.
shop?
I knew there was
There is a cheese shop,
in
yeah.
school.
I will be closing the door so that people won't interrupt the tours. But if anybody needs to get out of the building, just see me and I'll let you out.
Oi.
Yes, if you need out, just scream.
Okay, I'm good at that.
Right, will do.
A blood-curdling scream would be nice.
At a blazing hot tropical Freeport, there stood a quiet specialty cheese shop at the end of an alley. You're probably questioning, is it appropriate to locate a cheese shop in the melting hot heat? The answer is no. Not because of the heat, however. It was because of the feral cats. The cats had taken to begging at the cheese shop. As patrons were leaving, they would kindly drop a crumb or two, leading the cats to wait for the next patron. Eventually, the roof support beams groaned and popped under the weight of waiting cats. The shop owner attempted to shoo them away at first, but then realized the cats would not touch the crumbs of the most pungent of cheeses. A patron remarked to them, "It's so hot today, the stone walls are almost sizzling." As the patron rounded the corner, the shop owner sprang into action. Gathering the most pungent cheeses, they pressed them into the burning hot wall, where they melted on, sticking them to the stonework. It really did work, but the cats' the stench of the cheese was so intense that they fled to the far side of the island. The shop owner rested well that evening until suddenly the roof's support beams began to creak and groan. Running out into the dark to chase the cats off the roof, the shop owner caught a glimpse of them in the moonlight. The cats first turned their eyes and then their beaks toward the shop owner. It's then that the shop owner realized the roof was covered not in cats, but in starving vultures.
The wall still has the smell of cheese. If you're welcome to sniff if you like.
I love cheese. I'll sniff it.
Those are the most pungent of cheeses pressed into the wall here.
Hold on. Oh yeah.
Oh God.
That smells delicious. I love those like really stinky cheeses. You know, they're really. Oh yeah, that's got some funk to it.
I can't with you, Finn, right now. Oh my God, what?
I know it. Smell it. It smells good. Only cheese.
It smells like your feet.
Here we have our next oddity on the tour. The Great Northern Factory disaster took place on a particularly cold, dark, rainy evening. The main source of heat in the frozen north was a giant fireplace located below the smokestack here in front of us. The factory backed up to a large rock mountain, and the entrance to a great coal mine was built off of the factory down into the depths of the mountain. The top of the mountain was a known habitat for an assortment of different animals. The employees of the factory found a particularly large snake roasting on the coals late one afternoon and proceeded to prepare it for the dinner pot. It wasn't unusual for someone to bring in what they had to share, although no one could determine who had brought in the snake. They made a feast of the snake anyhow and went back to work. As evening grew colder and darker, they placed more and more coal into the fire. What no one realized is that the snake deliciously roasting on the fire had chased a rather plump sheep from the mountaintops. The snake and sheep had both fallen over the edge and landed on top of the smokestack above us. The snake fell further down into the coals below, but the sheep was wedged into the smokestack high above the factory. The toxic smoke had already weakened most of the workers to the point they could no longer get out by the time that the panic began. All but 3 workers were killed in the tragedy, and the death toll was said to be near 458 lives. It would remain the largest number of people killed by a sheep for at least 2 more decades.
Oh shit, that's bad.
No. What was the incident that took this incident of most deaths by a sheep?
Don't really know. We're very confused as to what it was ourselves. We just know that something else happened. We're still looking for that story, however. We'll figure it out eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perhaps it was a very bad sheep pun.
It could have been.
Oh shit, I almost caused tragedy, didn't I?
You don't know the ripples of your joke so far. We don't know how far they're gonna reach.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Above us here is a certified giraffe examination chair. It has been placed here as a public service by the Giraffe Handlers Association. When a giraffe needs to be examined for multiple reasons, it is easier to inspect them from closer to their height. The doctor will climb up the chair, and the giraffe will be brought closer for inspection purposes. What type of inspection, you may ask? Well, one purpose is to inspect whether the giraffe have the giraffe-like teeth or whether they have the less common human-like teeth. But the far more common reason is to see if the ears have been laid with spider eggs again. As giraffe ears are known to be the perfect habitat for spider eggs, laying eggs in the giraffe's warm ear hairs, they lie forgotten until the time comes for their hatching. If you have giraffes, tame or wild, near your home, be sure that they are not shaking their heads frequently. This is the first sign the spider egg laying has occurred. If your giraffes around your home have ears infested with spider eggs, the time will come that they will hatch, and the giraffe's head shaking will deposit the freshly hatched hatchlings all around and throughout your home.
I don't like spiders.
Well,
Okay, listen, I don't hate spiders, but I also don't like spiders.
That's
Also, we have a lot of giraffes on our island.
We
Yeah,
do.
You have giraffes on your island? Well, be sure to watch them closely and make sure they're not shaking their head a lot. If they're shaking their head frequently, it could already be the spiders are there.
Oh.
Our bedroom's very giraffe, I want to add as well.
Don't say that.
No.
I bet it could be crawling with spiders at this point. We wouldn't even know.
Can
We
you
could come back any night and there could be spiders in there.
No, stop, Kai. If
sorry,
we,
sorry.
preemptively, kill the giraffes, will that take care of the spider issue, or is it too late by then?
Probably could. It'll stop the sprinkling when they do hatch and the giraffes continue to shake the head side to side. It can shake all the hatchlings around your area. If the spiders are dead, or if the giraffes are dead, the spiders are less likely to be sprinkled around.
Okay, that's good. We gotta kill them all. We have to kill them all, guys. All of them.
But if you see a spider, they have already seen you at least a mile away, and they're already running towards you. So just be watchful of spiders.
This is scary. It's a scary museum. I didn't know it was a scary museum.
What's that on your shoulder?
Stop it!
Sorry.
Ow, ow. What the fuck? What the fuck?
In a far-off kingdom, a rotten king reigned supreme. He was known to frequently decide he had been slighted and place people in prison to be punished or worse. The king unexpectedly ordered a particularly complicated feast from his chef Arthur in the middle of the night. The chef and the kitchen staff worked frantically as they tried, as tired as they were, to create a culinary masterpiece. The feast was a triumph, and the king later sent word to see if he may speak with the chef. Word arrived very early in the morning. The king would be to the kitchens within the hour, and the kitchen staff readied themselves for his visit. The king arrived with his guards and quietly toured the kitchens as he thoroughly inspected many things. Nothing was said, and the king looked at his guards as he approached the exit and simply nodded at them. The king's guards proceeded to destroy the kitchens. Mostly the pots, pans, and kitchen tools were damaged. The guards turned to the chef and said, The king would like you to know he is displeased with last night's feast. You forgot to serve sea salt instead of salt with his meal. The chef was aghast, however, for he knew he had served sea salt as he had prepared it himself. He only said "aye" before he was cut off. They told him that he was removed from the king's staff, and he'd be placed in prison to await his punishment. The king felt assured mistakes would no longer be made in his kitchen, and as a test, a few weeks later, he had a new feast prepared for the opening of the Knights Tournament, at the end of which a victorious knight stood remaining. The king, however, was once again unhappy. You see, he had been slighted again, and his favorite knight did not win. So he rushed toward the knight, dagger in hand. The knight flicked away the dagger, but gave the king what the king had intended for the knight. The king now removed from life and power, the knight made their way to the throne and were seated. The shocked crowd dropped the facade of reverence for the old king, and warmly greeted a new powerful leader. The guards, also shocked but no longer hiding their contempt for the rotten king, said, "All hail the new king," to which the entrant removed the helmet and said, "Queen." "All hail the new queen," said the guards. "What would you have us do, your majesty?" they asked. "Firstly, bring Arthur, the chef from the prisons." Arthur approached the new queen and quietly asked, "Daughter, what has happened? And are those my pots and pans you're wearing?" "It's time to explain it all," she said. "They sent them to me at the blacksmith shop to repair them. You see, they didn't know I was your daughter." She smiled pleasantly at her father, and they both waved towards the crowd over the tournament field, the cold, dead body of the former king. She turned to him and she said, "Father, you always said your pots and pans would bring us such good fortune. You just didn't know how right you were."
Aww. It was like a happy one, kind of. Not for the king, the old king, but you know.
The old rotten king.
Yeah, he had it coming. It's fine.
As we go into the next room, do not panic. Everything's under control, and in case of an emergency, we'll show you the nearest exit.
Don't panic at all. It's a fire that looks like a fire. It's fine.
Okay. Oh wow, that really does look real.
Fires look like fires, but I'm not an expert.
Wow. Really cool.
Thank you.
Great.
On a roasting hot desert island, it rarely rained. House fires were happening frequently. And to help combat the fires, the residents used what they had to craft 2 fire carts. These carts, each pulled by best rhinosaur the island could breed, were filled with water and pulled from location to location. Raspberry the monkey, found wandering an island used as a turtle habitat, was a pet of the head of the fire cart haulers. Out on one of their first patrols, they discovered something unusual. Raspberry had previously been trained to pull a cart. They decided that given his constant insistence that he be handed the reins, Raspberry would be trained to drive the rhinosaur of cart number 2. This worked more than well. Raspberry was already a complete natural at cart handling, needing no instruction at all. They even crafted a small seat just for him. This allowed the others to focus more on the fires, and months passed with the cars racing to fire after fire, Raspberry excitedly guiding the cart all the way, every time. But one afternoon, after a particularly difficult morning of fighting a long series of arduous fires, the bell rang out again. It was time to ready the carts, and Raspberry could not be located. The head of the fire cart haulers went to Raspberry's room and found the monkey sleeping in bed. Knowing that the poor creature must have been exhausted after the terrible morning's fires that they had, they had a member of the fire cart haulers pull the reins instead. They left without poor tired Raspberry to head to the fire. Along the way, they spotted an unreported house fire and slowed cart number 2 to water that before catching up to cart number 1. While spraying the house down, the front door burst open and a soaking wet Raspberry, extinguished torch in hand, emerged. Not believing that Raspberry could be both asleep and at the scene of the fire, his bed was checked. Neatly shaped and arranged was a pair of trousers made to look like a sleeping Raspberry the monkey. Raspberry was good at a great many things, cart hauling and deception being some of his greatest talents. He was returned to the offices of the Turtle Sanctuary, where he was found, to retire from his very busy life. The fire stopped overnight, and the fire cart haulers were quiet, until one afternoon a flare was fired and a representative from a neighboring island had arrived wanting advice on fire carts, for they had been plagued with fires recently. They also needed a small seat in the front. They had the oddest thing, you see, a monkey who knew how to drive a cart.
Wow. That's a really cool monkey. How come Scarlet can't drive a car?
Because Scarlet's dead.
Oh, that's true. That does,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Scarlet is dead. Like, I mean, we're kind of near where we lost her. Maybe we could.
All right this way to the next display.
Okay. I think we could have trained Scarlet.
No, this is not a tavern filled with delicious libations. In fact, if you had been here 50 years ago, you would be dead. It wasn't unusual a long time ago to place additives into spirits to give them an interesting flavor, be it bittersweet or bittersweet. It was an unusually crowded evening the night before and would be again at a combination inn and tavern. The tavern keep was far too busy to go for the ingredients for the note to add to the drink for the next evening.
With a raid, it's have a heart.
The tavern keep's sibling was sent to pick up the rare, delicious, sweet ingredient, Magistine. The herbologist, however, was also out, and in their stead, their apprentice was working. The assistant herbologist mistook the requested Magistine for the more common pest remover, Maggot Stem. Nearly identical in both appearance and flavor, coupled with the unfortunate similarity in name, the switch was made. The Maggot Stem was delivered to the tavern and used to give the tavern's libations their signature sweetness. As is custom with a spirit house, attached to overnight accommodations, the drink poured heavily and quickly. Give me just 1 second.
Sure.
The hallucination began an hour into the evening. The vomiting began shortly thereafter. Ingestion of maggot stem is said to produce hallucinations such as liquid running down the walls, inanimate objects breathing, skies filled with flying animals, and the taking of human form for animal. The chaos of the visions, coupled with the vomiting, began a putrid battle inside the tavern where all fought for their very lives. Any who made it outside were driven back inside by the visions they saw in the skies. Those victors who survived the vomitous battle were said to have lain unconscious on these very floorboards until their hearts slowed to death.
Oh my gosh. Is that made out of, like, maggots? The stuff?
I don't think it was. I think it had some sort of unusual flavor, some sort of unusual note, and therefore it may have tasted something like, I don't know, something unusual.
Ah. Okay. Oh, it would be way much more scary if it was made out of maggots, because I don't like maggots either. I just don't like overall insects.
You like worms in your tequila.
I don't like worms in my tequila. It was just like,
Yeah, you
worms
do.
are in tequila.
Yeah, and you like it. You drink it, don't you?
Not the worm.
I don't know, man.
If you've been to a hot, humid, tropical island, you know all too well the heat can be unrelenting.
Yeah, we live in one.
Oh, no. Well, be careful. 2 elderly brothers were looking for their lost goat near their home when they stumbled upon something unusual, a very large, abandoned well. The well had run low in water, but the inside had a beautiful pool left at the bottom. The brothers knelt beside the well's lid, and when they flopped it downwards, they could feel the cool, refreshing air blow past them. They thought about and discussed the well the remainder of the day and night. They awoke the next day with a plan to put a ladder down the well to see what was inside. They slipped from the final ladder rung into the cool, dark water and enjoyed the most luxuriously pleasant soak in neck-high, perfectly chilled water. The water drained a bit more over time, and now instead of floating, they had to kneel or sit on the bottom of the well. This did not suit the aging frames very well. They began to talk once again of a new plan. It was decided to make the well a bit more comfortable. They moved in some furniture, using ropes and the goat, which was finally found in time, to lower things down from the hatch above us here. This would be their final plan. Their friend who knew of the well, and having not seen the brothers for some time, began to worry and look for them. When they approached the well, they could already tell something was wrong. The scent of mold and mildew and the end of life met their friend before the well. For you see, as the brothers were soaking in the cool, damp richness of the well, their furniture was as well. The introduction of the furniture began a growth of mold and mildew and rot that first tainted the well and then outright poisoned it. As the furniture was slowly mildewing and molding from the outside, the cool, damp, dark back of the chairs was growing a deadly fungus. Before that fungus was discovered, it had already started to emit toxic spores, which filled the well and the two elderly brothers.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. It looks really nice down there.
It's nice and cool, and I can imagine how nice and wonderfully pleasant a nice, cool well would be down in the dark and wet down below.
So true.
Be careful if you find any.
That's a shame. We should learn from their mistakes and not use, I don't know, like fabric upholstery.
That's right. But if you ever have a need to fix upholstery, Mr. C is located in town, and he works on upholstery.
Oh, that's
good to know. Good to know. Thank you.
Have an upholstery cleaner right in the town next door. Far beneath a beautiful country estate lie a strange fate for those unfortunate enough to have encountered a pair of mad, noble women. They had a secret which would have run the blood cold of those in the aristocratic circles they kept themselves in. The mad women had developed an unusual diet preference. Human toenails. Half-hearted soldier, drunken sailor, or sea wench, they preyed upon them all. They went into the dark night to round up their victims. They would wait outside tavern and dance hall for those inebriated enough not to put up a fight. A bag over their head and about 6 spins around was usually enough to knock out even the stoutest person before, when they had been plied with enough drink. They would be locked into these chambers here on each side of me, and the feet scrubbed, cleaned, and the toenails carefully trimmed so as not to waste any of the most precious resource. I know what you're all thinking. Why did the sisters not just pull the toenails out at the root? After all, it's the sensible thing to do. Well, the sisters weren't monsters. They were just very hungry. So hungry. Each victim awakened, dumped on the outskirts of town, shoeless, sockless, pants rolled all the way to their knee, but the feet were beautifully scrubbed, and the toenails had been perfectly trimmed. The sisters were caught. They eventually mistook a pair of sleepy officers for inebriated, and were overcome by the officers, threatening to have their toenails pulled out at the root themselves. It is the sensible thing to do. The sisters confessed to the entire ruse. Afterward, they fell out of grace and from high society. They took on new identities later, where they began to work in a wash house, where they had the task of trimming the nails of those who came to bathe, thereby continuing to feed their insane and insatiable hunger.
Huh. I mean, at least they were doing it in a good way, you know?
I like this one.
Yeah.
I don't like feet. I don't like toenails. I was very close to barfing, I'll be honest.
You can burp. Did you?
Did you say barfing or burping?
Oh.
Well, some people pay good money for that stuff now.
I think both.
I decided no.
Please don't be sick in the well. It's had enough. It's had enough. It doesn't want any more.
Yeah, we had an incident once.
It's had enough.
Does anybody have food real quick? Sorry.
What do you need?
I need a lot of things.
Okay, I only have beans.
We usually make it right to get. Come with me.
Why you have beans? That's why you're
I
burping.
have beans and whiskey.
Here we go. Almost made it this far each time, But there's always the mermaid display makes everyone so hungry.
Oh, I know. Yeah, there was just something about it. It just really got me hankering for something.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
popcorn. Popcorn.
I'm in the
Anybody for
same boat.
popcorn?
Right this way. Enjoy. There's food, beverage, snacks. There's some popcorn in there if you like the popped corn. You're welcome to it.
Made with swill butter.
Oh, yeah, we have to learn about this silk stuff still. Whatever it is, it's delicious.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Full.
I guess I wasn't the only one that was hungry.
Doesn't look like it. Everyone likes the popped out corn, however.
Yeah, it's real good.
Right. Is everyone returned now?
I think there's still one more.
Right, we can wait.
Yeah, there he is.
I'm here.
Alright, if you're not here, say you're not here. Alright, I think we're ready. A new beautiful island freeport was too close to the deep water ocean trench. The frequent ship traffic to and from the island had angered the residents of the deep waters. Many different creatures made their way out of the depths to investigate the new disturbance, as the swirling waters mixed warm water down into the formerly cool trench, as well as introducing new types of detritus down into the depths. Mermaids from the trench seemed to grow much angrier, becoming a constant menacing presence in the waters. To teach citizens defensive tactics to protect themselves against the angry mermaids, as well as to ensure people would not fear nearing their profitable freeport, the freeport opened a training institute just off the shore. Seen before you here are the standard issue training form, as well as the specialized mermaid training form, developed at the institute. Normally housed in deeper water, it was used to teach citizens techniques to avoid or defend against angry mermaids. The mermaids seemed to realize something was occurring at the freeport, and they really began to increase their violence. Eventually, they began to investigate the institute itself, making their way to the shoreside where the training forms were stationed. Instead of damaging the training forms, however, the mermaids began to study them. They possibly believed them to be figures in reverence of themselves. It is believed that they took this as a sign the mermaid was a respected neighbor and led them to stop their attacks completely. Unintentionally, the forms worked to protect the citizens. No one trained to defend themselves against mermaids ever had to, and the mermaid forms were left in the waters as a sign of continued mutual respect. Luckily for the freeport, the mermaids had not witnessed the defensive techniques used against these very forms.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky. Okay.
Right.
This one. I didn't see this one. This one's not a spider, is it?
Well,
Maybe.
It looks like one.
Oh no. I'm gonna
Very
hide behind.
Oh, a skilled blacksmith made a fortune on board a ship repairing the broken old wood stoves of a frozen polar region, a fortune he intended to keep to himself. Looking around his ship one day, he realized he had a dozen wood stoves that no one had claimed after they had been repaired. Needing to both remove the extra weight from the ship and also to find a more suitable place to keep his treasures safe, he left the polar region for a home on a warm elephant island. He owned a small piece of the island that included a swamp. The swamp was home to many horrendous beasts, the least of which were endless amounts of spiders. He knew the perfect location for a hideaway for his treasure trove was a well-hidden cavern on the edge of the swamp. You would never see it unless you had fallen into it. Covered in vines and growth, it was the perfect place, except it was home to thousands of very fast spiders. He knew spiders feared one thing above all others, a larger, faster spider. To attempt to stop the spiders from living in the cavern, as well as to add an additional shock should any unfortunate soul stumble into the caverns, he carted those old forgotten wood stoves down into the darkened mouth of the cavern to create this monstrosity here before you. Welding the stoves together and carving stone flint from the cavern's rocks, he successfully created a gigantic spider to frighten all the other spiders, and the other spiders fled in fear, leaving him the freedom to place his treasure deep now into the delightfully spider-free cavern. He went back to making more and more treasure and readied himself for a return to the caverns. And upon his return, he was looking forward to a spiderless cavern after he had fought his way hard through all of the spiders located in the swamps. He arrived at the cavern to find it now filled not with spiders, but with elephants. It was bursting at the seams with elephants. They chased him from the entrance all the way back down to his ship, over and over. Well, you see, the only thing keeping those elephants out of the cavern were the spiders, and the only thing luring them deep into the cavern was the new multiple-armed scratching post that someone had placed there for them to use.
Oh, I don't know. I still want to make this, cool contraption to keep all those giraffe spiders away from my house.
The spiders away? It's a good service to try to keep the spiders at bay. They multiply so fast.
Hey.
Here is what was once a beautiful, marvelous circus organ. The organ was a modern wonder, needing no one to play it, and in fact, having no keys. It produced sound through steam, with a series of reused water and stovepipes, and it could play the most beautiful melodies. It was pulled on 3 carts behind 3 elephants as the circus parade arrived in towns, playing all the while the beautiful music let the residents know the circus was arriving in town. The circus fell into ruin after the death of the ringmaster and owner. The ringmaster was thrown higher than high wire act one evening by a pair of elephants looking to escape circus life. The audience, seeing this tragedy unfold, sent out warnings to all they knew, avoid the circus at all risk of peril. The organ was purchased at an auction of items from the circus by a group of ne'er-do-wells with a plan. They would travel with this reassembled pipe organ port to port, playing friendly melodies for tips throughout the day, and they would quieten as the shops closed and people headed to the neighboring homes. Then, in the late hours of the evening, they would stoke the fires of the steam heater until they were raging. The beautiful music, produced with gentle steam pressure, now became a howling, screeching, clangorous noise. This caused the residents to flee their homes in terror, and horses and animals battered their stalls, not knowing what type of beast was capable of such horrendous noise. The ne'er-do-wells would slow the fires eventually, but only so they could issue a proclamation. The fires would be stoked repeatedly until the township was able to come up with a predetermined fee to pay the ne'er-do-wells to leave their port in peace. The ne'er-do-wells landed in a port as usual one afternoon. They played their beautiful music until the shops closed and the residents began to leave, and then they waited. And they went to the box on the top deck to get the wood to stoke the fires. Instead of the residents being quietly asleep as usual, the entire town was standing row after row, lining the edge of the harbor, staring directly at their vessel. The water was already flowing into the ship by the time the ne'er-do-wells could react. See, the residents had already been made aware of an approaching ship 2 days prior, and they had already formed a plan of their own. The pipe organ was dismantled and trod upon, resulting in the warped, discolored pipes that you hear before you today.
Aw, what a shame. Kai, you could have played it. You're so good at the accordion. You probably would have been good at that too.
I don't think so.
No?
I
Damn.
think there's like 2 different, instruments.
Yeah,
Really? I thought they were kind of similar.
That thing's a lot bigger than an accordion.
Like way different.
Oh, well, shit.
Yeah.
Powered accordion. Imagine that. Ugh.
I think it would sound beautiful.
Let us wait till the next exhibit. Be careful not to fall into the grave.
Oh, yeah, I tried not
down
to
there,
fall into graves frequently. No.
Be so I realized the coffin of the final husband of the widow of Shallow Creek. She was called the widow because she had buried 12 husbands, 11 of whom were deceased. She begged for help from the townspeople. She said she was being haunted by the vengeful ghost of her most recent husband. The widows of the town vowed to help one of their own. They formed a group which would sit in the home of the widow while she tried to rest. It was a quick rotation, however, for you see they all eventually stared straight again into the eyes of the man they used to know. Each night someone sat with her. Just before the skies began to lighten, there was a shuffling behind them. One after another, the widows fled the still darkened, creaking home. Once that group was exhausted, the widow still pleaded for help. The young single men were sent next, as they were thought to be less prone to fright. It was the same story, however. They all ran for their lives after gazing into the eyes of the dead man. The oldest woman in town, thought far too frail, asked, "May I go next?" She sat forward, next to the warm fire in a chair at the widow's home, her eyes closed, her back to the room, when the ghost appeared. His long, bony fingers reaching, clawing, slid up over the back of the chair and around the woman's frail, thin neck. From outside the home, a blood-curdling scream that chased wolves back to their dens was cut short. The townsfolk worried for the frail lady, but humoring her, had kept their ears open in case she called. A number of them reached the steps of the cabin at the same time, and they clambered to the front door, flinging it open. Standing tall, over two bodies, was the frail, old woman. What no one realized is that the oldest woman in town was also the wisest. Unable to sleep well in the cold evening due to her old cold bones, she slept during the warm daylight hours. But every night, while she sat awake, she watched the supposedly dead husband of the widow of Shallow Creek creep through home after home in town. For you see, as people went to sit with the terrified widow, her very much alive husband was looting the houses of those who were coming there to try to help her. He would arrive later, scare them back to their homes, and show the widow what he had taken. The oldest woman in town, however, went prepared. She had a rolling pin in her sleeve to expose the ruse of the widow of Shallow Creek.
Wow. All ladies are so smart. I hope to be that smart sometime. Thanks, Kai.
Any questions so far, Joe?
No, I'm just loving it so far.
Yeah.
We'll
Very good.
continue. Deep in prison lay a cold, dark, windowless cell. The guard routinely traversed the corridors. One prisoner that they did plan on having, and didn't know the history of, was a magician trained in the art of lock-picking. Picking the lock came easily enough, but getting out of the area proved much more difficult, as the cell was at the end of a long U-shaped corridor. The prisoner had nothing but time to plan, however, as they sat waiting. Day in, day out, they watched the guards, and they finally thought of their perfect plan. The guards always took the same pathway through the loop, and they realized they could never go towards the guards, or they would definitely be seen. But if they could go out ahead of the guards, they may be able to make it out of the prisons ahead of them. One problem, though, was their bed would surely be found empty, as they were on their way to the exit and freedom, and that would raise the alarm bell. In an effort to fool the guards, they began to put away slices of bread and sausages in their pillowcase. The plan was nearly ruined twice. On unplanned laundry days, they had to gorge themselves on their stashed away food so it would not be found. Finally, on a dark, moonless night, it was dark enough for their plan to work. They neatly arranged the old bits of breads and sausages to form a vague figure in the cell, just enough that the guards would see what appeared to be a body asleep in the bed, and it would give the prisoner time to slip away. The plan went smoothly, and the prisoner was able to escape perfectly. The guards eventually discovered the ruse, however, and knowing how the head of the guards was quick to anger, and knowing what they now had to do with this evidence, they sat down for a most unwanted feast. You're welcome to step forward and take a look at the pretend body that the prisoner was able to create using sausages and bread.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. It's quite.
You know, they should have just hired the monkey that was really good at deception.
Oh, that's true. The monkey could have had some sort of fun, you never know.
Yeah.
No, I could never. I would just eat it all.
Yeah, me too.
I would just stay in prison and eat.
All right this way to the next display.
I don't want to disturb your sleep. Are you sleeping? I can leave.
I thought he was getting a massage.
Oh, we're just doing a display.
Oh, okay.
Here before us is the interior of the city office of the Butcher of Butterfly Lane, as he was later known. Shown on the table near you are the actual repurposed tools that he used. He fancied himself a dentist, and he was able to convince the local populace that he was legitimate. Using a plant known for hallucinogenic properties, he was able to cause patients to, in essence, mentally leave their bodies, while he tied their body to the bed here before you. He would then remove all of the teeth of the victim. The promising repairs to teeth, it was so much easier to convince them later that all of their teeth were bad and therefore no work which the dentist did not know how to do need be performed. Human teeth were a prized and highly valued form of carotenoid, similar to bone but with a much sturdier structure once it had been refined properly. The fraudulent dentist would leave his office early in the day, and that was thought odd by the community, considering how many of them desperately needed dental work. He had a nefarious reason for always leaving early. He was tainting the town's water supply with ground-up giant squid innards. The innards still contained the powerful acid that the squid used to break down the sharp shells that they ate during their feeding cycles, and even once ground up and dispersed throughout the water supply, there was enough acidic quality to weaken the teeth of the city dwellers to the point they needed the dental work, and thereby they supplied the dentist with the teeth he needed.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
I hate to interrupt, but does anyone have any berries and water, possibly?
Just put over there.
If we don't, there's food in the food barrels as well, if you need any.
Where at?
Right here.
Right this way.
Grab
Follow me.
them.
Food and beverage with
Thank you so
devastation.
much.
Are we
Grab
so
whatever
hungry?
you need. There should be some beverages in there as well.
Yeah.
And there's a water barrel right here on the exit.
Everyone's through if you make your way back. We have another display to get to or two before we're getting close to the end now.
Oh no. Lots of stories though.
We have a few more though.
Oh, good.
Alright, has everyone returned?
We're good. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm
If you're not,
so
you're not here, say you're not
Okay, fuck you.
Alright, I think we're ready.
Yeah.
We're ready, thank you.
In a remote cabin, something unusual happened. The owner of the cabin grew older and more tired. As the years were catching up to him, he thought he needed a way to bring vigor back into his life. He found a place where he could, for a price, order a tincture, promising to bring life back to him. He placed that order, and he gave his address and was told, wait 6 nights, and he would hear a loud bang on the door. He wasn't to look for the courier, only to wait quietly on the 6th night. On the arranged night, he sat patiently waiting. A loud bang was heard at the darkest portion of the night. Nearly jumping from his body, he realized only then he was a bit stronger still than he had realized. He waited a moment, opened the door to retrieve the package, bound in hides and tied to a large stone. He thought the bottle was unusually shiny, until he realized the shine was coming from inside the bottle as well. He swirled the bottle through his fingers and stared at the cork topper, and he thought of his plan, and he glanced up at the portrait of his loved one. He realized that the bottle may hold more than he bargained for. What if it turned back his aging? What if it stopped him from aging completely? Could he decide when he was through with this powerful tincture? He sighed. He realized now that he held the power in his hands, what he missed wasn't his youth. It was what was part of his youth, and that wasn't coming back to him. Angry, mostly at himself, he flung the bottle into the fireplace, coating the back of it. It grew and changed and roared like a tiger and spit flames across the room, eventually settling back into a normal fireplace once again. But he was left wondering, what magic was there in that tincture? And he vowed to himself he would never again try to recapture that which is meant to be left in the past.
You know, every time I get year older, I keep looking back to the past. I feel like I would just keep opening that tincture.
Oh, it does have a nice glow to it.
You're right.
Quick, take it. No one's looking.
Oh, you're right.
A packed cargo freighter named the Sea Slicer sailed through a fog-shrouded sea. It lurched high and low through the sea's crates, groaning at its sides. On board amongst the crew stood a mere deckhand. As the ship passed through a shimmer, a mysterious event occurred. Every person, in fact every creature everywhere, disappeared, except for the deckhand. Calling out for anyone else, he realized he was totally alone. In fear for the crates, the contents, and the ship itself, the deckhand began to panic. He didn't understand the workings of the ship to get it under control, and without a crew to pull the sails and manage the ship wheel, it seemed like a task that he could not accomplish. "Hello, hello, help," he pleaded. His pleas were heard by the only other thing that inhabited the world. The figure stood just before him on the other side of the cabin door, but he could immediately tell the figure was not human. It had no facial features. In fact, it had no features at all. The ship continued to careen out of control, and just as the figure reached through the doorway, the ship crashed on the shore of a desolate island. The deckhand was thrown overboard and down into the water, just beside the shoreline. He ran from the ship, the figure, and the deckhand began to realize he wasn't breathing normally. With every breath he took, it grew shallower and shallower. The further he made it from the figure, the less he could breathe. The world grew darker and darker until he finally went unconscious. The deckhand awakened to find himself all the way back where his voyage had begun. But the crew, the ship, and the cargo were never seen again. They say the shimmer figure waits just over the shimmer for its next crew. Will you be the only one it spares, or will you be one of the ones it's never seen again?
Oh my gosh, I think I'd rather be one of the ones I've never seen again.
Sam?
Oh gosh, you're right, Sam! Oh no!
So what happened to Sam?
We lost one of our crew yesterday at
Sam?
sea. Maybe the shimmer creature got him.
What in the world? We heard it also hungers for shoulder pets and pets on board the deck.
Scarlet.
Scarlet!
Scarlet? What about the monkey you had yesterday, Flynn?
Oh, I didn't have a monkey yesterday.
Betty?
Yes, you did! Petty Betty!
I don't remember ever having a monkey.
Yes.
Sam kind of looks like a monkey as well.
And there's been other incidents.
We've also heard other news from patrons of the museum. They said that they crossed the shimmer And when they arrived on the other side, there was another one of each of them waiting for them on the other side.
Oh my god.
When they got
Imposters. Yes.
when they got there, these imposters, so to speak, were all asleep, but were waiting.
Yep.
We have
Remy had one of
that
That's
if this
fucking.
figure is waiting on the other side of the shimmer to take crew, it seems like this figure is also duplicating people in order to have even more crew.
That's which business that is.
And then replacing them with copies, and they're the ones that are now in this world.
Yeah.
Oh god.
How do I know you're not a copy?
How do I know you're not a copy?
They were all copies.
The people who jumped the shimmer, they said it was very important. They said that people they encountered were from the past. It was the past version of them, and that when they got to the other side, they had to take the other crew's ship. There was no way they could continue on the ship of their own. They had to leave their ship behind and take the ship of the other crew.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of mystery lying on the other side of these shimmers lately. We want you to be very careful out there on the sea and take care.
Oh my gosh, we can never leave because we live in F3 and we have to go to a shimmer to get there.
We have to.
No, we live
it's
here
gonna be
now.
okay. It's gonna be fine.
Okay.
Right.
The next exhibit, please keep all arms on the do not reach through the bars.
And over here, don't reach through the bars.
Okay.
Alright. The story of this printing press begins in the polar north. The freighter Frozen Sails was used to deliver ships to a far-flung polar research base where the Frozen Institute was located. On a slippery top deck of Frozen Sails, a crew member called out eerily, "Who's there?" And they heard voices in the fog crying. The calling out stopped the other crew, and they also soon enough heard it. It was enchanting voices, but they were calling out not in sorrow, but in song. By the time that the crew could raise the alarm, no one wanted to any longer. Below decks, a sleeping crew member who would be on a late shift was awakened. They were slid out of the bed and across the sleeping quarters. Just as the crew member made it halfway out of the top side, the sails sitting now untended whirled and snapped violently in the wind. The heeling of the ship was so intense that crew members who were not already overboard were dumped overboard. The crew member was awestruck with what they were watching. The crew member had plugged their ears with rolled cotton to stop loud crew members from waking them, and they were now oblivious to the sound coming from the ocean. But they knew in an instant what was happening. They were under the attack of the Siren's song. The masts, weakened by the whirling and forceful snapping, groaned and gave way. They crashed down through the decks below and severely damaged the ship in the process. The crew member climbed into a dinghy, lowered it, and looked around as nearby crew members sickeningly dove down into the now still blue frozen abyss. The survivor rode and rode for hours in the frozen earth until they reached land. They staggered onto the frosty shores, called out, and collapsed. They had made it to the Frozen Institute, and they would very soon be found. The same cannot be said for the Frozen Sails and her other crew, who drifted deeper and deeper into the darkened, frozen depths. The survivor decided to print a book to tell the tale of that horrendous day, and use the boards from the dinghy that they survived in to make a printing press behind me to print the book on. It is said that the sea sirens placed a curse on the dinghy boards that day because they did not get the chance to clear the ocean completely. The now cursed printing press, before you, can at times call out to those nearby to climb into its gnashing jaws. It is rumored to have eventually devoured the crew member who created it, and are left wondering now, is it satisfied, or will it strike again?
Oh, back away, I'm scared.
But we need to...
Whoa.
No, we have our own printed press, it's not cursed.
That brings us to our last oddity here at BoggOdd Oddities Museum. If you'll
Please.
stand near the doorways here.
Oh my.
Oh,
By
wow.
God.
What the?
Oh.
Sarah, the oddity Itch Meadow Farm. Born during a hurricane, it is believed that this cow was born mid-air, but the wrong way around. She has now been utterly convinced that she is standing the right way up and cannot be corrected. She does not use her hooves, and instead she drags herself along with her horns and wiggles side to side like a serpent to get around. She is able to see the berries on the underside of the berry bush that the other animals miss. So we think maybe this could be a new adaptation of a species in order to fill a void. Her hooves must be filed down regularly, as she does not wear them down naturally. She produces what her original owners at the farm referred to as the wrong way milk, in that it comes out the wrong way around. We here refer to it as swilk. It is said that by not hanging down into the others and cooling off, the milk stays hotter for longer, and it produces a much sweeter, more mature milk with a caramel-flavored undertone that is prized over regular milk.
My God.
Interesting. Yeah, try it
That's what's spoken.
Try it out. Try it out.
Oh.
Try it out.
Yes, there's a couple of bottles there
Go
in the
try it.
suitcase.
Go try it. It's
Okay,
fantastic.
I'm gonna try it.
It's very good. Awesome.
Yeah, it's really sweet.
I'm not gonna try that.
No, try it, Kai.
You should.
Oh,
You
I-
should.
no,
Go
no.
try it. Come on, Kai. Don't be
No, I'm gonna
shy.
stand next to the
really
punch
worth
bowl.
it.
It's alright.
And our
Go
milk
try
is very
it.
clean. We clean our milk before we give it to anyone.
Go try it. Don't be
Not
shy.
sure your milk if you're drinking any outside of here as well. As you can see, the udder remains in a more cleanly position on this cow. However, with the average cow, the udder hangs into a more lowly, filthy position. So just make sure to wash your milk before consuming it.
Yes.
But if you wash the milk, does it get like watered down? Because you gotta like, pour water on it to clean it?
No, you don't have to put the water on it. You just rub it against itself in order to clean it.
Yeah.
And that removes a lot of the dirt from it, you see.
Yeah, you don't stir it either. If you stir it too much, it turns into butter.
Oh, yeah, that could definitely happen. And if you keep going, it could even be whipped cream, which is delicious, but not milk.
No, don't overdo it. You're welcome to take a step in and take a close look at her if you like.
Yeah. Hi. How's it going upside down?
This is
So cute. Can I give her a little pet?
Sure, you're welcome to.
I'm not gonna touch that thing. It freaks me out.
I
right
touched
in the
her
udder.
udder. I'll take a leg.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to touch your udder. That might be rude. I'm sorry.
How'd you feel if a cow came up and touched your udder?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
That concludes our tour here today at BoggOdd Oddities Museum. We hope you were able to find some strange, some odd, and some unusual things here, and we hope you remember your warnings as you take back to the seas.
Yes, I'm gonna kill every giraffe I see. That was my warning.
Behind you is a desk. If anyone would like to sign a guest book, feel free to grab a letter and fill it out. Drop boxers right there to the side, or there's one out front if you'd like to make a donation.
Sure, we take any and all donations here.
I'm gonna donate you guys one of our magazines that we just released. Yeah.
That's exciting.
I donated you silver because I don't feel comfortable giving people magazines for payment for a wonderful tour.
Well,
but,
I do. So,
I mean, if he wants
get fucked, Kai. Get fucked.
Any and all is appreciated. There's no.
You know, the
donation
magazine is good
required.
read. I'm sure you guys would, enjoy it and whatnot. So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for
I would love to
touring the
run you a guest too,
museum.
but I think
Please
Jeff is doing
visit
that over there.
again.
Sorry. Yep. Walk around. I want to ride into you.
Heed the warnings.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you, Elias.
Thank you so much. It was a lovely talk.
It was fantastic. Thank you so much.
We're so glad to have you here today. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for listening to our warnings.
Of course, of course. You're right, Flint.
Has he been cursed? Oh. To make sure it's not at your back.
Exactly.
Two more, Elias. They're just writing reviews.
Wait, don't. Is that where you gotta put it?
Yeah.
You don't have to put it on the table? I wanna write it in too. I think you gotta put it on the table, right? Right, so I can write it too.
Oh, those are the blank ones.
Oh, I'm confused.
You take a blank letter and you can put it in the box to
Oh,
the
I thought it was an actual like book thing that you wrote in. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I was right. She was wrong. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, you know what, Finn? You know what, rude. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Okay.
Thank you so much, though. It was so entertaining and educational.
Thank you for
Thank you
touring
for
the
coming.
museum. Please
tell
Thank you for
visit
having us,
again.
guys.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. It was so, educational. Even if I'm now terrified a little bit of spiders.
Oh, we don't mean to terrify anyone. And we'll be sure to give other warnings to other people as well.
Oh, yes, we'll do. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Yeah, see the
Hope
warnings.
you guys have a splendid night. Thank you.
Did Kai and Flink come out?
Right, Elias, I think that's the end of the tour tonight.
It was nice of you to give another one.
Oh, okay.
Oof, I jumped the fence, Elias. I'm very spry. I've got a lot of energy.
You still got it going on.
Oh, hey, can I catch your names real quick, just in case, like, we end up writing something about this?
Yes, sure, my name's Boggert.
And
this is my brother Boggert.
We're twins.
Could you spell that out for us, perhaps?
Boggert, B-O-G-G-A-T-H-A. Boggert.
And how do you spell mine?
Hi, I hope you're getting that, because I'm drunk. Yeah.
And Boggert. Boggert is B-O-G-G-E-R-T. We're fraternal twins, brother and sister.
I'm the oldest.
Does he always tell you how he's the older sibling and just drive you crazy about it? Because my sister does that to me nonstop.
When he was born, we had been in the womb together for so long, I held on to his ankles and I wouldn't let him go.
Aww, that's sweet.
You say he was in the womb for so long. How long were you in there? Like, years?
No.
She's only 15 minutes younger than me.
Just 15 minutes younger.
Okay.
We were born about the same time. We are 100 years old, however. We're very old. We don't just look it.
Oh, I never would have thought that. I thought you weren't, a day over 90.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
Yeah, we haven't touched that youth juice.
The old youth juice. You stay away from that stuff, that old nasty stuff.
Oh, yeah. No, I definitely won't go near that stuff that I already went near. What?
Well, you don't need that stuff anyways, because there's a strange sickness that afflicts everyone. You either get extremely young or extremely old when you shimmer.
Yeah.
It's happening at the shimmer. That adds even more layers to that strange shimmer figure. We think possibly We think that the Shimmer figure's trying to make everyone younger when they cross, and it doesn't always happen the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
doesn't
Sure.
it?
Yeah, we got pirated just the other day, and for some reason I looked younger, and Bagatha and Tansy, another citizen of our town, looked old, and they called them elderly.
So stay away from the
How dare
elderly.
they?
Stay away from the elderly women. Poor Tansy, she's so young and vibrant.
Oh, poor thing. Yeah, that damn Shimmer creature, evil, just pure evil.
It is.
Yeah.
It's just trying to live. It can't help it.
Maybe, but still, you can live without making me old and frail.
Trying to live out there with its hands ready to grab and drag. Oh.
Yep, just wants to give you a hug.
I don't want a hug from you.
Hugged off the ship.
Exactly.
You know what I want to hug? I want to hug a Gorgon. That's
Wait,
I wanna
what? Why do you want to hug a Gorgon?
That sounds like
They're
interesting.
slithery and they got boobs.
Slithery.
They're just misunderstood.
They're just misunderstood.
I think
You know, they do say if you hug a Gorgon, and they like you, you can turn their heart back from stone.
There you go. Yeah.
I believe in you, B.
I'll do it. I'll fucking do it.
You can try. You can always try.
You're so right. I just gotta find the right one. I mean, the first one might not be the right one, but the next one. The next one. The next one.
You plan on finding more than one Gorgon in your lifetime. That's
I
quite the feat.
plan on finding so many Gorgons in my life. Just so many.
You're gonna fight them with hugs?
Never settle. Never settle, man. Never settle. Just no.
Okay, if you say so.
First you wanted to find a nice lady, then you wanted to find a nice savior, and now I feel like you're really slipping down the slope to Gorgon. Like, where are you
Kai,
gonna end
you're
up?
the one.
Like,
Kai, you're the one who said I like Savior.
I was not the one who
never
said you
I
like
like
Savior. That was
Yeah, no,
someone
that
else
was me.
here.
I never.
Hey, monsters need loving too.
Friendly Gorgon.
Yes,
What
they
did
do.
We've often wondered what the two Gorgons talk about, you know? One Gorgon meets another Gorgon along the coastline. What do they have conversations about?
Probably talk about how the fire elemental's so hot.
Honestly, yeah.
It's so hot here again today. I wish that elemental would leave.
Right? Yeah.
You think they throw stones?
Ugh, they could.
Maybe.
Or they're complaining about ogres throwing stones.
Or that.
Ugh.
So many possibilities.
Okay, though I need to get food up.
Alright, well, we should probably go, though. Thank you guys so much for the tour, though. That was very
You're very welcome. Inform others out there on the seas that we're here trying to...
Definitely.
We might write an article.
Yeah, we
Maybe,
might actually have
probably,
an article
possibly.
about you guys coming up in our next week's edition. You guys should definitely write or read the one that we shoved in your little box in there. Yeah.
Oh, bring us back a copy, please.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure.
And safe travels to you.
Yeah, you as well. Well, you're not traveling anywhere. I don't know if you are. But,
No, I'm going to go to sleep
yeah.
soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you're keeping you up. I'm so sorry. I hope you guys have a good day. Thank you so much for the tour.
Thank you.
Good night. Bye.
Good night.
cards. Not gonna. Everybody else has gone to bed. Oh, you're still awake.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to retire for the evening, so.
Alrighty. It was good seeing you.
It's good seeing you too. Did you need anything before I head out?
No, thank you.
Okay. Have a good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night, Elias.
Good night, Boggert.
Okay, thanks everyone for joining me today. It's been a long day. Thanks for joining me tonight. That's going to end the stream. We'll be back at it tomorrow. More tours scheduled. Maybe get out a little bit. Never know. So, word's getting out. And so thanks everyone. Have a good night. Bye now.